T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery. T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start. And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond.
Separation confirmed. Guidance now converging. Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Should have a good forward leg now at estimate.
Okay, you sound good.
Discovery Houston, negative return.
Copy, negative return. Good morning, you filthy apes. Welcome to AMC and ADD, where we buy, we hold, and we screw the hedgie. It's been a good weekend. I didn't get the video done. If you guys noticed, I didn't get the video done. I really wanted to get it done this weekend, and I had yesterday to do it in. And weekend. I don't know. Weekend time off got in the way, and life just kind of got in the way in general, and it didn't get done. So I accomplished everything. Well, actually, that's not true. I had two things that I didn't accomplish this weekend, and one of them was the video that I wanted to get done. But it's not super critical that we get it done quite yet. I think we still have some time. So I'm hoping to get it done next weekend because I'll have more time to dedicate to it. Next week I'll have both Saturday and Sunday to be able to get to that video. So I'm really hoping to get that done. The other part of this that I can't really speak to specifics, but there's a potential interview in the works, and I didn't get the questions done for that that I needed to get done. I'm gonna work on it just a little bit longer and maybe submit the questions tonight to that person. But I think that there's at least a few viewers on here who will be happy if I can get this to happen. So, because anyways, I can't get into details, but anyways, it's in the works, and there's some good information out there, guys. There really is some good information that's coming out this weekend. I went ahead and did a reboot of the computer, so there's going to be I always have some kind of technical difficulties right after I reboot the computer, so you guys are going to see some, messed up pages or whatnot. So we'll kind of deal with that here as we get going here in the morning. I thought it was probably more advantageous, or not more advantageous, more right that I just get the stream started this morning. So I was, just there's some things that are going to be messed up. So we'll take care of them though. Good morning, Bondaro. How did you like the manipulation of the slump to 39.39 on the aftermarket on Friday? Oh, I loved it. I mean, I had a descending parallel channel. I went ahead and deleted everything this morning, but I had a descending parallel channel, which we pretty much broke out of right here, right at the very end of the day, like I kind of thought would probably happen, and then it power housed itself. In fact, let's just drop back up here real quick because it won't take me very long to just put this back up here. But this descending parallel channel here, I think it was pretty much like this. So we broke out just barely over the top of it, right towards the end of the day, and then they just powerhouse this thing in the aftermarket hours all the way down through the parallel channel, all the way down to that 39, 37 is what I actually have here, and then it worked itself all the way back up most of the way, and then kind of trade sideways for the most part until closing. Then we opened up this morning, and we've just kind of been on this like nice trend upwards ever since. But I guess what I do want to show you guys is that I think we're kind of coming into the end of a very, very long channel. If I pull out to I think it's day. I know there's a lot of noise in here, so you're gonna have to just kind of bear with this a little bit. But if I pull out to the day and I set up a ray trace at the bottom down here. Oops, that is not right. And ray trace. Now I don't like doing these kind of ray traces. I really think that it's inaccurate when you use the flagpole as part of a wedge drawing. So I'm not real happy about this. I think I'd rather use something more along the lines of this. But I guess it really doesn't matter a whole lot because, in all honesty, I would draw this box. Man, I really wish there was a way to just get rid of some of this stuff on here. You can see this wedge. Oh, where did it go? I completely just got rid of that ray. Let's use this one here. So if I kind of draw in on this and I look, you know, if I drew a standard box, you know, leaving in just the tip, right? My box would probably look something along the lines of this, right, for a normal wedge, which puts us out on breaking through on like somewhere between now and the 29th of this month, and I think the 29th of this month is the end of next week, and I think that we're really going to see this breakout. I think well before then. I think we're really moving towards that. If I draw this same line with that base being at the bottom of the flagpole, which I really don't like doing, but if I do that, that actually moves everything back and has us breaking out somewhere between now and the 22nd, which is actually just this Friday. So, you know, whatever. I mean, who cares? It's a couple days difference, but you know, sometime within the next 2 weeks we have a breakout, and I really do believe that it's going to be up. I think we're gonna start walking our way up here to the very top, and when we break out of this thing, it's gonna be violent. It's gonna be super 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 violent because this is 6, 7, 8, 9. It'll be close to 5 months worth of data in this wedge, unless I draw the wedge over here. But it's still, I mean, it's still pretty much 5 months worth of data that's crammed into consolidation, moving us towards our next level. So when I pull up things like my Excel spreadsheet that shows like suck, squeeze, bang, blow, you know, it kind of falls in line with where we could be going. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see how violent the breakout is here, and we'll see. I guess we'll just kind of see what happens. But you know what time it is. It's time to start looking at technical analysis. I know I have a lot of screens that I don't have open right now. So give me just a second. I need to open up a few things real quick here. So I'm going to do that. I guess I'll take you guys over to the other page. Oh, cool. Actually, everything looks really beautiful. I don't have to fix too much this morning. That's nice. Wait. Did you guys see the title? Did you guys see the title for today?
That was easy.
I got the my son pulled through and found his "that was easy" button, and you guys are he said it was okay for me to go ahead and put that onto the channel. So we have "that was easy" Staples button coming in here for the
That was easy.
every single time we have something easy that was happening. So we have a new friend on the show. I'm probably gonna get more of a kick out of that than you are, but that's just because I have a very simple sense of humor. It doesn't take much to humor me. So let's go ahead and take a look at a lot of our different data over here. I do want to. I didn't. I need to find my notepad, my sticky notes. And I need to award everybody their points for the end of last week. Let's see here. Who got them? We ended at, oh, that's right. We ended at 4074. Everybody got a point the last day. So that makes Eric's going to be the grand winner for last week. So kudos to Eric for being the main winner. I'm going to go ahead and he won 4-3 against everybody else. Everybody else got 3 points. Eric got 4 points, and we all missed one day. So congratulations to Eric. Eric was the week winner and will be receiving a beer from me. So congratulations, Eric. Mad props to him. He's a beast. He is a beast. So let me go ahead and clear out everybody's tallies. And I thought I was doing so well last week too. I was like, finally, it's time for me to start getting a win. I did well. I did well. 3 days out of 5 ain't bad. It's a start, but it's not good enough. I need to do better. Let's see here. And the mistallies. Take away their tally mark. Short exempt volume. I need to start changing some of this data. Let's see. Short exempt volume fell to 226.8. Utilization. Surely that must be updated by now. $87.83, so it is slightly up. And day-over-day price increase, we had a 1.67% increase. Since that kind of eliminated the run of days that we needed to kind of averaging like 5% a day, I'm going to go ahead and delete the 1 out of 3. As far as dark pools goes, it's reporting 58.24, which should be about 63% on Stonko Tracker. Let's verify that. Okay, I'm actually showing 61.8, so I'm a little off, but I never get it quite right. It's always close. Ooh, somebody borrowed some shares this weekend. Oh man, guys. I can't wait to show you this. Oh man, get your titties jacked. Get your titties jacked, cause man, it's jacking time. It is jacking time. Jack and Coke time.
That was easy.
Oh man, it's looking dirty. It's looking dirty, dirty dogs. Dirty dogs. Okay, we'll get there. We'll get there. I'm getting there. Let's see. Let me rush through this. Estimated current short share interest of the free float is currently at 17.4%. Let's see. Institutional ownership is at 138, 199. I did refresh that this morning. I'm pretty sure that's where we were at when we ended the week last week. Yeah, that's pretty close. Let's see. Where's our most volume for options? On the call side, it appears to be $45. Oh man, guys, it's looking so dirty. Oh man, it's looking so dirty. Oh, you dirty. Volume for 45 is currently 13,000 options. It was 40 for a strike price for open interest ending last week. For open interest, it was the highest amount of volume. It's now 45. And actually, I really agree with that number. I kind of think that I have mixed feelings about where we're going to end the week, but I'm kind of feeling like it might be around $45. So I think that's actually a pretty decent number. On the put side of things here, it's looking like the highest amount of open interest is currently at 35. That is up from 30. And the total amount of open interest there is at 5.6. There is a lot of open interest lower than 45, and most of the open interest is below 45, below 40. Most of it's below 40. So actually 41 is like kind of that point where most of the open interest in thousands of contracts is that's the separation line between 41 and 42. There's 2,300 at 41 and 717 at 42. So there's gonna, if we do continue to move up in price, there's gonna be a lot of puts outside the money. But we'll take a look at that because that's actually we're getting to the dirty good stuff right now. I can't play it enough.
That was easy.
I can't play it enough. Okay. All right. Let's move you guys back over to the other page because this is where the good stuff's starting to get good. Put that over there. Going to put this over here and one more. This one right here. All right. Let's go over here to the other page and check this stuff out. Okay. What happened? What happened from Friday? Okay, the on loan amount dropped a little bit and went from 113. Wait a minute, that says Thursday? It looks like they still have not put in Friday's data yet. But we can see what Thursday's was, and Friday's data is up here. For some reason, they're not charting it yet. So Thursday's data was 113.4. Friday's data is 112.01. So on loan amount of shares went down. I think we've had some paper hands, about 1 or 2 million worth of paper hands this last week, somewhere around that. But that's not that's a drop in the bucket. It really is a drop in the bucket. But the important part is that our on loan average age per day is increasing, and that's a good thing. It's a good thing. It's a good thing if it goes down too. Either down or up is really good. So it doesn't really matter on that one. What I want to see happen is I want to see the on loan amount spiking and the on loan average age per day coming down, and then those two lines crossing over. A convergence of those two lines means get your what do they call those, rain boots? Get your slogs. I can't remember what they're called. Get them on, whatever those things are. Put them on because we're wading in the water. And you can see utilization. You can see estimated short share interest of the free float dropping as well. And that's actually in the past has been a good thing for us. So everything's looking really good here. I'm happy with these numbers. I know some of you guys might be stressing about some low short share interest, but don't worry, it's not a bad thing. Utilization is going up, which is a good thing. Shares on loan is going down, which is not so good, but I expect to see that to go up, especially when I show you what I'm about to show you. Moving this over so I can get there. Orders by Fidelity customers, AMC is 5th place with 53% buys to 47% sales. Let's see if GME made it back onto the list here. Come on, GME. No. No GME. That's a bummer. This is it, guys. Right here. This over here may not seem crazy to you, but when you come down here and you look at what we were at, and you realize how many shares they just lent, get your rain boots on. It's time. It is time. Because let's take a look at where we were at. And I got to go back to Ortex and update some of this stuff. But where were we at? 600,000 shares. They basically just borrowed all of them. I'm just going to count it as 600,000 shares. But look at this. Look at this right here. We went from 6.5, 6.9, 6.9, 8.2 down to 3.7. You know what I don't have open yet? I don't have my calculator open. I got to get my calculator out, because I'm not going to math this in my head. 8.2 minus 3.7. Oops. Wow, what just happened? Oh. Plus the 0.6 from available amounts over here gone. We're a total of 5.1 million shares borrowed for the morning already, which is pretty enormous. The amount of shares that we saw them borrow last Friday was 2.7. Last Thursday was 7.35. Okay, and then also last Friday, this is K, not million. last Friday they had returned close to 1 million shares, which is pretty much what I was just getting done telling you guys. I think like one of the days, I don't remember. I think it was Thursday. May have been a day where we had about 1 million shares that hit the market worth of paper hands, and then Friday about 800,000. So actually, let's go back over to Fidelity real quick and just kind of record this information. But before we do, I'll take a look at the rest of this. In the money calls, we currently have last week's data in here. I'm pretty sure this is last week. Yeah, here's this week's. We have 17.5 thousand contracts in the money on the calls versus 50,000 out of the money puts. There is a bit of out of the money call options as well, but these numbers I think are going to change. I think all this data is old from last Friday. I don't think Sonko Tracker's updated quite yet. Let me refresh it and see if it changes. No change. Short exempt volume rate was 226, dark pool percentage 61.8, and short percentage 54.2. Let's pull up. Oh man, look at that. So nice. Just it's coming. It is so coming. Let me pull up this real quick because there's one thing that we forgot to check. And I do it every single day and I'm not going to stop. Because it's important to know. Why did our utilization change the way that it changed? So I block off shares on loan section up here so I can easily type it in. So 112.01 divided by 0.8783, which is our utilization, giving us a total of 127.5. This number going down is bad. We don't want to see this go down. Oh shoot, I shouldn't have done that. Okay, available amount of shares to borrow today is 15.5 million. That's down about a little over 500,000 shares. But we really want to see the total amount of shares available or available to lend going up. We really want to see that. So the fact that they've already borrowed 5.1 million shares this morning alone tells me that they're expecting a huge fight. Forced lending is a good thing. We really want to see forced lending. Really, really good. So let's see if they updated this yet. Yeah, now it's updated. Yep. On loan average age per day is at an all-time high. Went from 76.97 to 77.40. So it's looking good. Let's take a look at the markets. What happened in China? Down. Ooh, they had a red day. Down 2.19%. Shenzhen was down 0.46. So yeah, that's they had a rough weekend or Friday. I'm not sure which. I guess it would be Friday probably. Not sure how our markets are going to react from that, but there is news out there that Evergrande defaults may be impacting our market coming up. So, ending our week last week, we had more inflow than outflow by 12 points. 12-point spread. We currently have 27,000 shares in volume. Let me go ahead and open up. I'm going to take you guys back to the other page real quick. Oh, excuse me. There is this data. Like some of you may be wondering, what's going on with suck, squeeze, bang, blow. And I'll go ahead and put that up on the screen. It's going to blind you here in 3, 2, 1. And so I went ahead and called the 14th the bang. I may end up changing this, but I'm still going to continue to call it the bang for right now. If we have as much of a spike in volume as I think we might have today, the difference may be between me calling today the start of the bang versus the 14th. I'm still going to leave the 14th as of right now, and we'll have to see what happens. But if we have a spike in volume today, then there would be an argument to say that today is the bang day. If there's no spike in volume, but we just have a spike in price, it should relatively stay within a kind of a close range to this $40.74. Usually the first day you don't really count that one. It's more the second day. So I would expect today to be somewhere in the range of like 43 tops. But if we have something abnormal happen today, there might be room to say that this doesn't meet the bang rules, like something is off, and that these 2 days might actually still have been part of the squeeze. So, like I said before, this theory is more about understanding the past than it is understand where we're going to be going, than it is about trying to predict the future. So, I counted a 102% increase in volume and 5.7% increase on price as kind of like the signal that we were moving out of the squeeze phase and into a new phase. But we'll have to see what happens today. As it stands right now, moving this back to the side over here, well, actually I'll just minimize it. As it stands right now, we do have low volume. This is pretty low. I mean, we if we hit, like, let's say 35 to 40,000 shares before 7 a.m. pokey stick of volume, then we'd be looking at close to 80,000 in shares traded, which would put me in the range of like maybe guessing between 30 and 50 million shares for the day traded, which would put us right in line with decreasing volume, right? Because that's what should be happening. I should warn you guys every time I'm blinding you, sorry. But the rule for the bang, right, is price will remain relatively the same during this period, but volume will fall leading into the next phase. So if that's the case, then volume needs to fall today lower than what we closed with on Friday, or thereabouts. It doesn't necessarily have to be. It could actually come in at 50 million shares, and still I would still kind of say it's falling, even though it's higher, but it's close enough. So between 30 and 50 million shares would be accurate in saying that we're still in the bang phase. But price should relatively remain the same. But man, there is a lot of loaning going on, and we're going to see the effects of that coming up in the price. Taking a look at a 1 hour interval, we currently have what I kind of drew out. Wow, that's a big box. Let's get rid of that. At the daily chart, I drew out that wedge, so of course it looks like we're breaking out of it here. We aren't really on the daily, but on the 1 hour, the way it draws it out, it makes it look like we're breaking through, so kind of ignore that. But What I'm really trying to look at right here is that we have more selling pressure than we have buying pressure right now with RSI at above average. So this is kind of showing signs of a correction coming. Let me kind of minimize some of this stuff here. On a 30-minute interval, we have actually a crossover here in the last 30 minutes of more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 57.16. So there's room to move up on this. But on that 1 hour chart, it's already it's heavy. On a 5-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with RSI at the very top at 68.57. So I think we might see a little bit of downwards movement before we open up the market this morning, or at least consolidation, which is almost exactly what the 1-minute chart's showing, but I don't really don't use those for numbers. So let's see what you guys are saying. I can't really look at both of those while I'm doing all that stuff. How is... Oh, Gasparino still not charged with market manipulation. I feel like I'm supposed to know who that name is, and I gotta look it up. Hold on a second. What did he say? I'm gonna have to look in. Did he? Oh, no, he's not. I'm gonna look and see what he has a Twitter account, and I'm gonna have to see what it is that he's saying. So, he put out a post about how some guys robbed an 82-year-old woman at AMC. I'm wondering if that's what you're talking about. I don't know who this guy is. I have no idea. Did he seriously put himself up with... Oh no, okay. Is this the guy that owned Iceberg? Notifications. I got like hit this week with I really don't follow Twitter all that much, but apparently I got hit with like a bunch of notifications and I didn't even see them. Interesting. Yeah, that's. Oh, he's pro PFA. Oh man, he's pro. How can you be pro payment for order? He must be taking a cut. He's got to be paid, right? I mean, how could anybody want payment for order flow? Like, I really just don't understand that. Like, that doesn't benefit retail investors whatsoever. It really just doesn't. And for anybody who should be, which he should be, right? He should be retail. Um, you know, for anybody who's a retail investor to sit there and say that, being pro for that, you got to be paid. That's the only way. It's the people writing your checks are not going to write the checks anymore if you're not pro payment for order flow. So that's kind of striking. He says it's well, okay. I mean, I guess I kind of understand where he's. I guess if you take a look at it from that perspective, so let me show you my perspective, and it's really kind of taken me a little while to get there to understand this. Um, when we have our broker, like our brokers, it costs us something to have a broker, and you don't understand that, or you may not realize that, but what are some of the benefits from having a broker? And some of the benefits are uh, that believe it or not, payment for order flow would kind of fall under one of those benefits because they're trying to find you the best possible price. Now, what it really doesn't do is it really doesn't do us any favors when we're trying to do a squeeze play. So it's kind of it's a counterintuitive. It's not. It doesn't seem like it's a good thing to us, but for the most part, if you're buying stocks, I guess it would seem like it's probably a good thing, but we know how rigged this system is. Just having watched what happens with AMC, that we know that it's not always in our favor to have payment for order flow. So it's kind of a weird situation. But I mean, there are other things that your broker does to make money off of you, but returns services for you. So one of those things is they have the ability to trade with the high speed algorithmic trading abilities, right? They have the computers to combat short positions in the system, right? So like if apes were just trading straight to the lit market, if that's all we did, we would never be able to beat out the algorithmic fast high speed trading from the hedge funds. We just couldn't. We couldn't trade fast enough. So our broker actually helps us with that, and they're the other side to that, right? They're trying to combat that on the buy side. So our broker works for us in trying to get pricing in there that's good for us. So you know I kind of understand with what he's saying, but I don't agree with it. So, but what else does our broker do for us, right? When we buy shares of a stock, our broker is forced to buy collateral shares to sort of hedge against what it is that we're doing. Um, whether they buy them to loan them or they buy them to hold a long position as well, they're still buying collateral, and so they're buying a position to buffer because if there is some portion of retail investors that are moving towards a certain stock, they need to have shares at a cheaper price to give to their customers, right? So that's why they buy collateral shares or buying extra additional shares to be able to pass out because they're selling them to you at a higher price than what it is that they got it for, and that's how they're making money on the front side of these things. So they're buying collateral shares and they're passing out these shares at a more expensive rate, and they're taking the cut. But that's a good thing for us because when they're forced to buy shares from the market and hold on to that collateral, our broker becomes our friend, right? They're our friend in buying in long positions. And so even though they're making money off of us, they're still in a symbiotic kind of relationship with us, and the fact that we're pushing to get the price going up, and they're going to help push too because they want to see us win. They don't really care one way or the other if we win, but they do want to see us win, and so in order to back that, they kind of need to have some collateral shares. so that they can make money. Whether it be they sell them to you at a higher price or they loan them out to the hedge funds. There's several different kind of methods that they can use to try and make money off these collateral shares. So, and that's why when you go to like institutional ownership, right? If I switch back over to the other page and you look over here on the top right-hand side, and you see institutional shares long. Some of those institutions are brokers. Not all of them, but some of them. Some of this 138.2 million shares is our brokers. And so, this is why I was screaming at the top of my lungs, like, this whole DRS crap is kind of a bad thing, because if everybody's taking out their shares out of their brokers and putting them into DRS, then our brokers are sitting there going like, well, I guess I don't need this collateral anymore. And so when we have this price run that I'm thinking we're going to have here in the next minimum 2 weeks, I actually think it's much sooner than that. But when we have our price run up, guess who's going to be selling shares? Our brokers, right? They're going to be selling shares, and that's going to hurt us because they don't have to hold that collateral anymore because people have moved out of their positions. And when people have sold off their positions, then they go like, okay, well, I guess we need to close ours as well because they're no longer holding shares with us any longer. So they start selling shares because they've already made money. They've already made their money. They're not expecting a squeeze to happen, and they don't even care if a squeeze happens because that's not what they're counting on. They're counting on making money on the front side and maybe some money on the back side. But that's not what they're going to count on. They need to make the money up front. So, there's pros and cons to having a broker, and you get things in return for their services, and some of the things are cheaper prices in trades, right? I mean, I remember back in the day when like E-Trade was kind of like a big thing. I can't remember some of the other ones off the top of my head, but we used to pay pretty expensive prices for each share, and so it made it very difficult for you to go in and justify a trade when you were trading at those really high prices. So, but I'm not trying to sit here and say that PFOF is a good thing. So, by any means, it's terrible. Let's see what our AMC news is for the day. Kind of curious. What? Okay, apparently we're on the top 10 Wall Street bets mentions for Sunday. That's what the news is. GME's news is Tesla becomes top Wall Street bets. Okay, so apparently GME is also on that list as well. Amazon. Amazon is Walmart Black Friday deals begin in November. First week, premium members get members to get early access. But what does that have to do with Amazon? Why it matters. Walmart launched the Plus membership program last year, a service seen as a competitor to Amazon.com. It incorporated Prime offering, a feature that was introduced by the e-commerce giant in 2005. That's why it's in the news. It was just a mention. I had a good weekend, guys. I don't know about you, but I had a pretty good weekend. I do remember looking at the stock here and seeing this big old dip right here, and I was like, oh boy, they're feeling like there's trouble in the future. and then it ripped back up most of the way. And this has just been a really good run this morning. Really nice run. We got about 7 more minutes before our pokey stick of volume. But yeah, I really do think we're looking good. I think we're looking really good. I think that the volume being low falls in line with where we're supposed to be at, and it should be, when we do spike into the blow part of the suck squeeze bang blow.
That was easy.
That's what we'll be saying. In the grand scheme of things, we'll be looking back and we'll be saying to ourselves, that was easy. It was not easy. It was not easy, right? We all had a really rough time going through this last suck squeeze portion. I know a lot of us were really, it shows up in DRS, right? People are trying to grasp onto things that they think will help push us towards MOAS, and that you know, the struggle's real. Everybody wants to see this end, and all I can tell you guys is hold on to your panties, because it's gonna get good. It's gonna get good, but you just gotta hold on. You just gotta hold on, and it's suck it up for a little bit. Suck it up, Buttercup, because we're gonna launch here pretty soon. So I feel good about it. It's really looking good to me. We are up. Point. You know, I didn't even read that, did I? Robinhood is down 0.17 today, this morning in the pre-market. Amazon is down 0.32. Cinemark is up 0.5%. Dogecoin. Oh, guys, look at Dogecoin. This is what we want to see. This is exactly what we want to see. We want to see Dogecoin ripping, because shortly thereafter, this is what they do to try and draw investors away from AMC. They get this thing to rip right beforehand, because look at this back in May. Let's see, it started really ripping on like April 28th, and it ended on May 5th or 6th. And then they dumped it starting on, come on, Weeble. They started dumping on 5/9, and right after they started dumping, AMC started going up. Right? If we come back out here to AMC and we look at it on the, what was I on? Was I on the day chart? Yeah. Let me open up Dogecoin day chart versus AMC, and we'll kind of compare these things next to each other. What do the hedge funds do when they need money? Wait, what did I do? You don't see any kind of correlation there to our stock price whatsoever, do you? Just saying, it kind of looks suspicious. Little suspicious over here. Just saying. Little suspicious. All right, so let's see. What was our time frame, right? We started ripping on 5/24. They started their ripping on basically a month before. And they started going way up in price. And then it came, they started the downwards attack 5/9. And that would have been right before our first initial rip up. Our first initial rip up started on 5/7. And then the big portion of the small part down here was on 5/13. So watch for Dogecoin to see what happens here, because I expect that, I kind of expect to see I expect to see it shoot up and then fall back down. And it looks like it's already happening. It looks like it got up to 27.20. It looks like it's already starting to fall back down. This might continue to rip up though. There might be some, this might just be some consolidation period right here. But you might expect to see this to rip back up some more. Yeah, but Dogecoin seems to be a precursor. I wish I could, wonder if I can overlay these by date. I bet you can do it in TradingView. I might try to work on that later and see if I can do that. Yeah, that's a great sign for us, because they're going to try and steal away volume. You know, if you start seeing things like cryptocurrency starting to rip, that's them trying to get people. Well, it's a combination of things, right? It's them attempting to try and get people to draw their money away from things that are going to hurt them, and investing it in some, to something that they are interested in. So they're creating a false market someplace for investors to move to, and then as soon as investors start moving there, they drop the crap out of it, and basically they just they pump and dump. That's what it is. But for those of you who are watching, I do apologize. I'm gonna work. I'm gonna work to get that video out on understanding what a SPF is, and also how to know when to sell on the backside. How to know when to sell on the backside of your MOAS. But I didn't get the video done this weekend. I got a case of I don't give a fucks this weekend. No offense, but it hit me hard this weekend. I had a lot of back and forths with people on Reddit, and I felt like I was doing a lot of side work. But actually, what came out of that though was a possible interview. So that's good. That is a good thing, and I do really want that interview to go through because I think there's some information that person has to offer that's going to be incredibly useful to apes in general. So we'll see where that goes. All right, looks like we settled on our Pokestick of volume at 63,000 shares. So if you take 63,000, you subtract that from the 98, that gives you your 35,000 shares is where we were roughly at, and our 7 a.m. Pokestick of volume ended up being double that, which usually it doubles the number, so I would have expected this to be around 70. So the fact that it doubled the number, it tripled the number, is tells me that there's something going on. Definitely something going on. I think we're going to see a lot of buy orders today. At the very least, they're going to be attacking this thing like crazy. As of this morning, they've borrowed 5.1 million shares already, and I'm sure that number is just going to continue to go up. Let me find. I'm going to start looking for some music for you guys for when I go on break, just because I haven't. When I rebooted, I don't know what's going to happen with the sound, so I want to make sure I get you guys something going here before I get to that point. I hope you guys had a good weekend. Like I was telling you guys, it took a toll on me this weekend. I kind of fell into what I might say is maybe like kind of like a dark, period of time, and I want to give somebody specifically a shout out. Um, let's see if let's see if I can find the name of the person. I think this is the person. Yeah, I'm pretty sure this is the person right here. So this person really kind of helped me get out of my funk this weekend. Monkey King Sun Wukong on Reddit. So it was Monkey King _ Sun Wukong. And I was kind of going back and forth with some people, and they just kind of said, like, don't engage them. They're just set in their ways. And like, I'm trying to, uh I'm feeling very passionate about things right now, and so um it helped me. It helped me. That person helped me. I had an ape on Reddit come to my rescue, and you know basically told me, like, take a breather, just said all the things that I needed to hear at the time. And so, I'm incredibly thankful. You never know when you're talking to somebody on Reddit and how you're talking to them, how that's going to impact them as a person, as an ape, right? And when you attack that person instead of trying to formulate a logical opinion or give facts and background or whatever like that, it really kind of turns into ape fighting apes. And I know Trey's talked about that several times. Like, why are we doing that? Like, there's no need. We have plenty of fighting to do against other, hedge funds and stuff like that. Why are we fighting each other? And I couldn't agree more, because it just isn't worth it. And I was just kind of in this dark place, and I had an ape who helped pull me out of it, which was cool. It just didn't. They didn't know me. I didn't know them, and they just said everything that I needed to hear, and it was great. Um, I don't know. Be kind to people on the internet. Be kind. You never know who's out there who's having a bad day. You just have no idea. You know. So let's see. I got the music all set here, I think, for you guys. And Duncan, I saw your post, and I want to talk about that too. Thanks for just seeing you put a comment in here. Um, really just reminded me that I needed to talk to you. Did the AMC equivalent of drunk messaging your ex and spam Casey with shit TD after a few glasses of red gin and tonic, only to find that it had already hit Reddit. Yeah, and I had saw that. I'd seen that Reddit, but Duncan had hit me. Duncan hit me up with this really interesting information, guys. If you hadn't seen it or not, I know we were talking about the whole stopping the market from trading for 2 days thing was an issue. And what Duncan stumbled across was that it wasn't just 2 days. There's actually information proving that they actually can stop the market from trading for several days. It's not just two. I'm kind of paraphrasing what he had kind of posted without looking at what it was that I'm pulling up Skype. I don't have Skype open right now. Really? It's making me sign in. I'm gonna have to sign into into Skype, and apparently I don't know my password, so. Weird. Yeah, it's signing in now. I don't know why. For some reason it wasn't liking me for a second there. So let's see. Duncan had posted in here. So this is the exact wording of it. The exchange proposed to amend its rules to add new Rule 7.13 trading suspensions. Proposed Rule 7.13 would permit the chair of the board of the exchange or the CEO or the office designee of the chair of the CEO or the CEO to suspend trading in any and all securities trading on the exchange whenever in his or her opinion such suspension would be in the public interest. No suspension would continue longer than a period of 2 days or as soon thereafter as a quorum of directors can be assembled, unless the board approves the continuation of such suspension. Which I think it's the continuation part there that is the problem, in which they could actually they could decide to suspend indefinitely. So there is no backside. Like Duncan says, he says here, the 2 days is just initially. There is no backside to how long they can suspend the trading according to the proposal. So that's one of the things that is kind of concerning, a little disconcerting, a little concerning about kind of going into MOAS and whatnot. If it's going to impact the market on a whole, then they may decide to suspend trading to try and kind of cool things off or prevent a complete market meltdown. There's not too many previous cases after 9/11. They stopped the market for a whole week. Also got aware of 15-minute automatic trading halts when SP 500 drops 713. Yes, we've actually had a few of those on AMC stock back in, I think it was in June, if I'm not mistaken. It was either in the run up in May or in June. I think we had suspensions during that period of time. I did see your post this weekend, Duncan. Yeah, I had a moment. I was having moments. It was dark. It was really dark. And it had nothing to do with like it was just kind of like the back and forth that I was going, having with people on Reddit that just got me down. And I don't know. Luckily I had somebody there who kind of was watching it happen and said, stop engaging. What do you mean by that's just for AMC? If S&P 500 drops, it's the market. Do you mean that the suspend of trading could just be for just AMC and not for the whole market? Oh, right. Yeah. Yes, that's correct. And actually, it is for I believe the entire market as well. If I'm not mistaken, I believe that actually applies for the whole market. Now I know specifically, the market has to meet the criteria in order to have suspension of trading. Yeah, exactly, 7%. Yeah. So, but there is timeouts. They put the market in a little kitty timeout in the corner, tell them to settle down, and then they let trading happen again. But it's really interesting because I feel like back in, I think it was late May when we had those first initial huge price actions that were causing the timeouts that we had. I want to say that there were a couple of them that were really short, like 5 minutes long. And if you go and you look, you can find that there's actually different time lengths based on different criteria. So the larger one that you're talking about, the 15-minute one, um, is for that 20% drop. But there's actually 5-minute timeouts as well. And I'm not sure what the criteria is, but not off the top of my head. I've had it pulled up before. But those are some of the actions that they put into place, I believe, when the 2008. Those were some of the precautions they put in place back in 2008 when they had issues back then. So it's supposed to help us. Guys, my single share that I bought through Computershare was supposed to settle by today. Let me just check my inbox and make sure that I haven't received anything. I know I haven't gotten any texts from them, and according to what they told me last week, they said I would receive a text. I have gotten nothing yet. Nope, I take that back. There is a email here. When did I get this email? Looks like I got this email Sunday at 4:22 a.m., so just a little over 24 hours ago. It says, your AMC Entertainment Holdings Incorporated statement is now available online. Just log in to access it securely. Alerts. Okay, so I should put this up here so you guys can see. I'm going to take a screenshot of it so you can see this. Let's see. I don't have that app open. All right. New. I'm just going to take a portion of this because I don't want it to show everything. But I think the rest of this you can see. Yeah. All right, this is going to blind you guys a little bit, but I'm going to put it up here just for informational purposes. Good morning, Sandy. All right, here we go. This is it. This is the email that I received on Sunday morning. Your AMC Entertainment Holdings Incorporated statement is now available online. Just log in at computershareinvestor.com or .com/investor rather to access it securely. Alerts where you are when you need them. Enroll today to receive account notifications directly on your mobile device. Accounts held in the name of an individual or joint owner with the U.S. address may also use our dedicated website to enroll. Go to cshare.us/opsmensen. I can't read that to enroll. Here's some of the other things you can accomplish through Investor Center. Check your balances, research cost basis information, update your postal email address. Okay, so let's try it. I know I'm supposed to leave on break here in 2 minutes. Actually, so yeah, let's go ahead and leave this We'll leave this for after I come back, after market opens. We'll take a look at it. I'm going to contact Computershare to verify whether or not I can trade in pre-market and aftermarket hours. And then once I have a confirmation of either verbal or written confirmation of that, I will then start the process of selling the share. So we'll see how everything, what it looks like, what the process looks like on buying. And we've seen the buying portion. It took a week for me to buy the share, to initially create an account and buy a share, and then have it settle. It's taken exactly the time frame that they listed was exactly how long it was going to take. One of the only downsides that I really kind of felt like was kind of a negative was they told me that my funds were taken out last Thursday at 5 o'clock in the morning and that they had settled, but they didn't buy the shares until 11 o'clock in the morning. Well, the price went up by $2 by that time. So I lost out on $2 worth of potential order. Like if I decided I wanted to buy the shares at 5 o'clock in the morning, I could have bought them $2 cheaper. So they ended up buying it for $2 more. And, that's something to consider. Because if I have those same kind of problems on the sell side, you can go ahead and expect that it's only going to be worse when MOAS happens. Because if it takes a long time, for something from them to go through without a MOAS, it's only going to be worse when MOAS hits. So just kind of keep that in mind. So we'll take a look at that when I get back from break, and it looks like I'm surprised I didn't get a text from them because they were supposed to text me. At least that's what I was told. All right, guys, I'll see you back here at 8:15. I'll put a little music on for you before I go. And we'll get this market opened. And, give me a second here. Got to open something real quick here. Still don't have all my stuff open yet. Alrighty. Let's get the music going, and I will see you guys at 8:15 my time. Just a little less than an hour from now. Alrighty, guys, I am back, and it looks like we got about 15 minutes before market open. Good morning to y'all. Let's see what we got going on here. Good morning, Active Douglas. Good morning, Mighty Mousy. Mighty Mousy. Wow. I'm honored. Good morning from Kansas City, Charlie Carpenter. AMC Stockmaster. Good morning. You know what, Sandy? I honestly thought that we had closed at 40.25. Then it changed to 40. I think it was. What do I actually have the Excel data here? Hold on a second. I had put down 40.74 later, so I don't. It was kind of weird. Yeah, I think there were some changes. It usually does happen. It adjusts itself. But yeah, 40.74 is what we got down here for a price close. 40.15 may have been. Let me just see something real quick here. No, I don't know. 39.37 is where it dropped to, and then I think the actual market day close. Okay, so you're probably looking at the end of the day, the after hours. I would imagine that's probably what you were looking at, because it's right here at 40.17. So yeah, as far as what you were seeing, Sandy, you're probably seeing the aftermarket hours is what we closed at, but the actual closing data is when the stock market closes, and it doesn't count the after hours. So this data in here doesn't get compiled into the closing data. So our actual closing price is back here. But it was funny though, because I had I think at one point I think I saw, I don't know, I felt like I saw 40.25 at some point. I don't know. Anyways, good morning, JP. I want to say, I hate calling you out, Mighty Mousy, but Mighty Mousy actually has, if he's still listening, I don't know if he is or not, but if he is listening, he or she, actually, I don't even know, but if this ape is listening, I just want to say that some really good data on AMC stock on Reddit, and I'm really glad to see that they reposted their data, because it's quite frankly data that I've never had the guts to post because of certain reasons. But I'm glad to see that they put up actually let's just go ahead and take a look at it. I'll show you guys what I'm talking about. We got a few minutes to kill here before market open, so I'm just going to pull this over so you guys can see it. Making a big assumption this is the same Mighty Mousy. Doubt it's anybody else. But the 15 market days from January 27th to February 18th, that same period was stretched out over 50 market days from June 2nd to the 13th of August. We are currently synced with the previous run-up in January. We synced with the January run-up on August 13th. Our date is 22nd of April. I'd say we are looking at about the 20 market days. So basically, if you take a look at the chart here, it's basically saying, like, here's your sync point right here. You have each one of these periods of time right here is 10 days, and we're currently here right at this point. And so basically, if you count out the days, we're about 20 days out. Let's see, 3, 6, 9, 3, 6, 9. That's 18, 19, 20 days. So 20 days out from seeing the run up and the pattern. And then the backup to this, and kind of like trying to show you how you get there based on where we're currently at, is this is the sync point right here that Mighty Mousy has identified, and and so these are the 50 days, I would assume. 50? I think it was 50. Oh, this is the 50 market day. This is the 50 market days right here. This must just be, what time frame is this? See, 10, 20, 30, 40, 45. Does that mean that we have 5 more days? I won't go into the details on the grid. I think there's a reason why Mighty Mousey isn't explaining that, and you know, I'm going to leave that up to both him and I for discretion as to why why we're not talking about it. But yeah, there's there's definitely reason to believe that this is pretty accurate in my opinion. Although there is some syncing issues, right? Like when it comes to the market patterns, there's a little bit of syncing problems that I've experienced. Like I'm trying to use I guess I can just show you. You know, if you take this portion right here is the run up in June, right? And if you try to line this up, it doesn't really line up all that perfectly. But you know, if I kind of pull this off to the side and kind of show you guys this little hoop right here, I don't even want to call it a hoop. This little crescent shape is basically this time frame, like right here, right? If I expand this out. But the problem is that when I expand this out so that I can get this to fit in, our pattern doesn't quite fit perfectly. And so what you end up having is the patterns like just, I mean, it's slightly off, right? And so I have to, in order to get this portion of the pattern to fall in correctly, I have to condense this to something like this. And it seems to fit a little bit better. But anyways, I mean, there's some compression and expansion issues with some of these patterns and how they're repeating themselves. But I think the main point is that, you know, I see a run up coming up here in our near future. Now this shows us running up to like $52 by the 21st of October, and I'm not really expecting it to be like that at all. In fact, you know, I think the expansion and compression is going to be different, but overall, you know, I can probably make this pattern fit whatever it is that we're going to be experiencing. And so if you just look at the overall trend, you see upwards movement. And you can see where we're moving to. You don't have to actually say like this is what price we're going to get to, but you can see that this trend is repeating itself over and over, both in January and now, right? Like this is, I told you this is a carbon blueprint copy of what happened in June, but if I go back all the way to January and take a look at the same time frame, you'll see the exact same pattern happening. So that was June that I just passed up there. I'm on a 15-minute interval, and I don't think it's going to show it to me. Excuse me. Let me go to 30 minutes. Okay, so this is the copy of June. This is where we're at right now. This is the little hoop, the crescent shape, the spike up, and then kind of like a plateau, which is the same thing that we're seeing now. Then we're going to get another spike up and another plateau. And that's like I said, that's just this copied right here. This is your little crescent moon, your spike up plateau, spike up plateau. So now I go back to January. And this one's a little bit harder to see, but it's there. Your crescent shape is kind of jacked a little bit here because of intraday trading, but this is your crescent moon with your spike up and plateau, with your spike up and plateau. and then moving up into higher price ranges. So it's the same patterns are repeating themselves over and over, and it's pretty obvious. But here we are about 3 minutes in. And you know, I hope one of these days Mighty Massey might be interested in coming in and talking on the show. I'd like to, you know, I always give anonymity the number one is my number one I guess thing that I uphold the most. Like I want to protect everybody's ability to remain anonymous. And you know, I wouldn't expect anybody to want to talk to on any YouTube channel if they couldn't have that. So, you know, that's first and foremost. Anybody that I bring onto the show, it's their choice to decide whether or not they identify themselves as who they are in real life. But having said that, we're going to go ahead and move into the morning opening part of the show today, and you guys can just enjoy that. I'm really feeling very, very good about our future coming up here, and I think you guys should be excited. So, and then on top of that, I mean, we have probably one of the coolest parts. We now have
That was easy.
showing up on the show now. I got the button. So, yeah, we got the "that was easy" button on the show, and I think that's going to help us out. That and Gazer Beam Gary, right? You know, a good old Gazer Beam Gary is going to come on here every once in a while too and help us out as well. So, see you guys on the other side of Market Open.
T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery. T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start. And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond.
now converging. Discoveries on board computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Should have a good forward link now at estimate.
Okay, you sound good.
Discovery Houston, negative return.
Copy, a negative return.
Good morning, you filthy apes. Welcome to AMC and ADD, where we buy, we hold, and we screw the hedgy. It's just in our nature. What can we say? It is a good morning today, guys. Normally we see a little bit of a dip in the mornings, which we kind of did see this morning a little bit. We took off right off the get-go, kind of green, kind of headed down a little bit, and then immediately broke out going up. So I guess pattern-wise, how does this differ from most days? Because we have about 23 minutes before I'm going to do my first technical analysis. So I'm going to pull back out to a 30-minute interval, and you can see right now that, when you look at this like this, on a 30-minute interval, things kind of tend to distort a little bit. So let me go back down to 5 minutes, because that's not really what I want to show you. So on a 5-minute interval, you don't really see much of a downwards movement for today. But if you go to other days and you look at it, what you'll notice is that we typically see like the first little bit of the morning kind of moving down and we move up. And it's kind of a typical trend for us. Here's just 5 minutes down and then up. Here, this is quite a few minutes down and then up. So there's just almost always that same trend where they try to hit us right off the bat with a lot of pressure to move down, and then we kind of snap back up from it. I think the pattern really repeats itself. Now, every once in a while, you will see this, where it's very short, and then it's just kind of up for a while. And those days, typically, for the most part, they usually end up. Not always, but typically. So there's some differences. Like this one right here, you can see this one had like 5 minutes of down, went up, and then came back down. So we'll see how this morning's going to play out, kind of based on probably the first hour of trading. But there are definite patterns to each day, and they kind of tend to repeat themselves. So kind of keep that in mind as we're moving forward right now. I don't expect to see, I could end up being wrong, but I really don't expect to see a whole lot of price movement because we are in that bang phase. So if I put this over here for you guys to see, this is going to blind you here in 3, 2, 1. Blinding. In this bang phase here, the rule is that we should see decreasing volume. Now, I might actually end up going back and relabeling these 2 days right here as being part of the squeeze days. If our volume spikes to something astronomical today, like in the 100 million plus side. However, I don't expect that to happen. As of right now, my volume prediction for the day today is between 30 and 50 million shares. And my price prediction, and for those of you who are watching and are new to the show, the price prediction is for fun. Me and 3 other admins to the group, we just all kind of try to do daily price predictions for bets on beer for the winner for the week on whoever has the most amount of tally marks by the end of the week. And so we all kind of pick like a $3 price range on where we think we're going to close at. Now, based on that suck, squeeze, bang, blow rule, volume should be getting lower and price should relatively kind of remain the same during that period of time. So relative is very ambiguous. It's not, relative is kind of like, it could be anything, right? Like, what does relative really mean? And so, I would say, like, I think last week I was telling you guys, like, I wouldn't expect to see much more than like a $40.70, $40.70. I wouldn't expect to see much more than like a $2 or $3 increase in price, in either increase or decrease in price, that during this bang phase. So I think, for price prediction for me, it would be smartest to hedge around $40.75. But coupled with the fact that the trends kind of make it look like we're going to push to the higher side, I'm going to kind of hedge around $41 and say I'm going to hedge around 40.75 and just add $3 to that. So 40.75 to 43.75 is going to be my price prediction for the day today. Just entering it in, so I got it down. I got price predictions from everybody except for Adam. I don't have Adam in yet. Eric's coming in at 3950 to 4250, which is funny because Duncan's actually coming in at very similar numbers. Duncan's got 39.8 to 42.8. And then Adam's the only one that I have not heard back from yet, so I will reach out to him and see. But yeah, that's kind of like the target range that I think we're looking at, or that I'm looking for. Now, if we happen to move to a higher level than that, like let's say we break $43, $44, I would expect that tomorrow we'll see a correction. I do think that if we move up too quickly, there will be a definite correction for that. So, just kind of keep in mind that the price can fluctuate both up and down during this period of time. It's not necessarily just because it's called the bang phase doesn't mean that it's all bang. When I wrote this up in the suck, squeeze, bang blow theory, I intentionally wrote it for women to be reading and being able to laugh at it. Because it likens it to like there's the bang and then there's nothing. You women know what I'm talking about. so it's just kind of, I was trying to be funny about it, try to get everybody understanding or getting on the same page that when the bang happens, it's a hard pop and then just kind of fizzles out a little bit, right? And then you go into the blow period which is blowing the exhaust and volume. It's basically the volume and the price just blowing out the top. So it's relating a 4-stroke engine to kind of these cycles that we see, and trying to identify like the using volume as air, and fuel is basically us holding our shares. So the more we hold our shares and the more volume that we have, you get that sucking. You're sucking the volume into a cylinder, right? And so when it sucks, the volume just kind of starts to suck, and price kind of tends to suck a little bit, and then it squeezes, and that's where you have compression of all those mixtures, and then you have bang, right? And that's where it pops. And I really think that we did hit. I'm thinking right now, as of this point, that we hit the bang on the 14th, when we had a 102% increase in volume and a 5.7% increase in price. But again, the cycle theory is not trying to predict the future, so I may end up changing that just depending on what happens. Hope you all had a wonderful weekend. I went and saw Venom at AMC, and it was a good movie. It wasn't quite as good as I thought it was going to be, and I'm not sure if I fell prey to the hype machine. But I was left a little lacking. But if you guys haven't seen the movie, like I wanted to discuss the movie with you guys to see what you think. But if you haven't seen it, I don't want to give any spoilers away. So I might have to wait like a month before I talk about it. I know it's been out for what, 2 weeks now? 3 weeks? I think I should wait at least a week more before I start talking about it, just in case somebody hasn't seen it. Yes, that's what I actually want to talk about. It's the end credit, Ezreal. That's exactly what I want to talk about. It's the end credit, and I think that it makes everything make sense. If you don't see the end credit, if you don't wait around for the end credit roll in Marvel movies, then you are missing out. Yeah, the post-credit scene. You have to see the post-credit scenes on like every single Marvel movie. If you don't see them, then you're missing something integral. It's an integral piece of information. And I love the fact that they put it in the middle of the credits. That's good. But I did watch it, and I have a theory about what happened right there, and I want to discuss it. My son and I were talking about it a bunch, and we came up with a conclusion. Honestly, I agree with you, Azrael. Like, there was nothing that excited me more than the post-credit scene in that entire movie. I was just kind of like, oh man, I felt let down, and then I saw that end post credit scene, and it was just kind of like, oh man, I can't wait. This is the Captain America that's leading into the good one. For those of you who grew up in the 80s, you read the comic books and whatnot, and so, some of maybe the Venom movies didn't make sense to you, but now they're kind of piecing it all together, and it's kind of like, I don't know how quite to explain it, but it's really kind of like coming together quite well. So I like it. But it was a good movie. I really did enjoy the movie. Yeah, no, man, Marvel fans. How do you? Yeah, I can't see watching a Marvel movie outside the movie theater. And much like Matrix, the Matrix is going to be coming out in December. That I will be. As soon as I can order tickets for that, I will be ordering tickets. I can't wait to see that in the movie theater. In fact, part of me wants to like rent out the entire movie theater and just so I can like call up a bunch of friends and like have them all come and watch the movie with me because I really just don't. I want to see it with people who. I just want to see it with my friends. I guess I don't know. I really just want to see it with my friends. I don't know. There is something to be said though about seeing it in a group of people. Like that moment when Darth Vader goes, "I am your father" or whatever. And everybody's just like, there's something to be said about that. You can't go wrong. But I'm really waiting for the Matrix. I think it's gonna blow everybody's minds through the roof. I think it's gonna be another one of those movies that you have to watch like 5 times before you even come close to grasping everything it is that they're trying to say. Yeah. See, what is it? Is it 10 o'clock? It's not even 10 o'clock yet, and volume's already falling off. 9:45. It started 15 minutes early. So this is exactly what's supposed to happen. Price relatively staying close to where it was the second day of Bang, which was $40.75, plus or minus a couple bucks. Relatively close, and just low volume, day over day until we get to the blow, and that's where it gets real good. As Rule says, me and two boys were screaming happy at the post credit scenes. We watched Endgames like 3 times at the movie. I mean, there's some great Marvel movies. Some great Marvel movies. I think it was Endgame. I'm pretty sure it was Endgame. I was just I felt exhausted at the end of the movie. Like my fingers, I think were like clenched into the. I remember grabbing onto the armchair rest, right, and I felt like my fingers were digging into it. It was just action packed. I was like, oh man, this is crazy. Yeah, you can't get that kind of experience at home. But yeah, Venom was an okay movie. It's definitely not on my top 10 Marvel movies, but you know, the ending credits were for sure made it worthwhile. AMC Stockmaster saying, I'm not sure how I feel about the Eternals trailer. I love Marvel. Dude, I looked over at my wife at the end of the trailer for that and I said, "Hun, this might be the end of the Marvel universe." I said like we both agreed that it was kind of, like, oh, okay, so like everybody, all the big actors went in on this now, right? This they smell the blood, they smell the money running out of the Marvel universe, and so they're like, oh, we got to get in on this. So yeah, I'm worried. I'm worried about it as well. But I don't know. We'll see what it brings. You never know. There's definitely been some Marvel movies that surprised me that I didn't give any, or even the TV series. If you go watch the TV series through Disney, um, Loki, dang, so good. Loki is so good. You guys have to go see Loki. Watch it on Disney Plus. Highly recommend it. You can't see it in the movie theaters. It's a made-for-TV series, and Loki was just absolutely phenomenal. And I didn't think it was going to be that good. I was like, okay, what could they possibly do with Loki that's going to? I was just, I couldn't wait for every single episode. Yeah, Spider-Man will make it good. Yeah, Loki was special. Loki was definitely special. I'm quite honestly wondering how they can even top it with another season. It should have been a movie. It really honestly should have been a movie. And like just the whole idea that Loki falls in love with himself, like an alter verse of himself, couldn't be any more befitting of his character, of who he is. Like it's just like, yeah, that I could see that happening. It definitely makes sense. And I didn't think WandaVision was going to be good. And if you guys haven't seen WandaVision, or if you got like maybe an episode or two into it and you gave up, you need to give it more time. Like give it more time than just the first two episodes, because WandaVision is actually really excellent too. Kind of got a little weird in the end, but I was still happy with it. Yep, Azrael just said it right. It's funny, Azrael, because there's a time delay between 10 to 25-second time delay between what I say and what you see. I actually said that right when your words came up on the screen. I gotta be honest with you guys though. I have not seen Shield, and I don't even know if it's worth going back and watching it. But I feel like maybe I should. But I did not watch any of Shield at all. I never saw the series. Is that something I should go back and watch? I feel like I don't know if I'm gonna like it as much after Loki and WandaVision. Okay, we got about 5 more minutes, guys. Five more. Hang in there for 5 more minutes, and I'll do the technical analysis. I know it's you're probably dying to see some of these numbers, and I am too, but I'm gonna hold off just a little bit longer here. We'll see if we can pick up some kind of pattern or trend that we're going to be heading on here. So we mentioned this actually at the end of the day last week, and I said, what is going on here? We've not seen this before, like midday trading. Where was it? I felt like it was like right at the end of the day. Was it this one right here? No, we saw doji candles. I don't remember where it was. Maybe it was the day before that. There was some very barcoding action happening midday trading, and I've not seen that like ever. Or oh, maybe it was the previous day. I think might have been this time frame right in here. I don't know where it was, but there was some very obvious barcoding happening. It was this right here. I think this is it. Yeah, I think this is it. So it was Thursday last week. We had some of this barcoding that kind of happened right here. Real close to the end of the day, like a bunch of doji candles all in a row, and I haven't seen that in. Usually it happens in aftermarket hours for the most part. But to see it like this close to the end of closing on a day was really, really kind of strange. I hadn't seen that. And what's interesting, yeah, like this right here. See, this is very typical. It's typical to see this in the aftermarket hours, but to see that midday trading, it stands out like a sore thumb. It really does, because there's so many minutes of it in a row. And if we go and we take a look at right now where we're at today, you'll see that it's looking like they're kind of doing the same exact thing right now. The beginning part of today. I mean, they're not quite as bad, but I mean, this is a lot of price fighting going on right here. No decision, back and forth trades that are happening. I want to pull up the Bollinger real quick on this. Okay. So we had some very, yeah, this morning was interesting, to say the least. Man, I'm really worried about GameStop and stagnation, price stagnation. What's their volume like? We'll check it out later. I'm gonna go ahead and take this away. I'm gonna take you guys over to the other page while I go ahead and start refreshing some screens. Yeah, thanks, Israel. You just ruined it for me, man. No, I'm just kidding. I actually heard about that already. Don't you dare tell me what happens in the Matrix, though. You do, and I'm banning you from my channel. I swear to God, I will ban you so fast. I had that happen to me before. Somebody ruined the last Matrix movie for me, telling me what the end was gonna be, and I wanted it. Like, there's never been a person I've wanted to shoot in my life except for him. Like, I just was so angry. I was so mad and upset, and I was like, no, I'm not gonna believe what it is that you said. And then when I went and saw the movie months later, like it was months from coming out, and he ruined it for me months in advance. And when I went and saw it and it actually happened, it turned out I was so pissed. So don't ruin the Matrix for me, please. Please don't ruin it for me. Oh, guys, look at the borrow change. 2.17. You know what I say? 3. Doesn't matter if it's positive or negative. 3 either direction is really good. They're borrowing a lot of shares. They're having to. This is what they're doing right now, is they're covering the older loans. So let me go ahead and take you guys to the other page, and we'll take a look at all this good stuff, this good data here. Let's go ahead and let's see. I'll start here. Just give me a second here while I refresh a bunch of screens. Okay, guys, watch in the top right-hand corner. I'm going to refresh the institutional shares that are long. That says 138, 199, 601,000. 138,199,601. So here we go. Okay, so it did drop just slightly. It went from 138,199 to 138,194. So a little bit of a drop in institutional ownership. I started tracking last Monday institutional ownership, and it was at 138 0.006 or 0.066 rather. So institutional ownership on Thursday was 138,195. Friday was 138,199, and now it's 138,194. So we're going to watch this, and the reason we're watching this is for institutional ownership. I'm expecting that when shares are DRS'd, institutional ownership will probably start decreasing. So that's what we're going to be watching out for. Max Payne, refreshing that one. Looks like it's at the same level where we left off with. What is this? Oh, I got rid of this guy. Updating dark pools. And last but not least, the options. Okay. Since this is the first technical analysis of the day, I'm going to go ahead and throw out that Eric was the big winner for last week. He nailed 4 out of the 5 days of price predictions. Adam, myself, and Duncan, we all got 3 days out of 5. And we all missed 1 day last week, and I think that might have been Tuesday. I'm not specifically sure which day it was, but I think it was Tuesday. We all missed on 1 day. So short exempt volume, you'll see right above me for True Demons MOAS trigger indicators is currently at 226,000 for short exempt volume. That was for last Friday. Utilization from last Friday reports at 87.83, which is up day over day. And day over day price increase was at 1.67. None of those indicators are meeting the criteria that we need for MOAS, so we'll continue to watch those. Dark pools are currently showing 56.75% trade in the dark pools, which is a little more elevated than what we would normally see. I think 53 would kind of be more normal for right now. But one of the things that I'll be asking somebody in the near future, hopefully, is why we see a difference between dark pool trades on chartexchange.com, which is right here next to my finger. That's showing the 56.75, but when it reports on Stonko Tracker, it's usually about 4 or 5% higher. So Stonko Tracker would probably, if we ended right now today at 56.75, Stonko Tracker would probably report like 60 or 61%. Borrowed change down below me here is currently at 2.19 million shares being borrowed for the day today. That is really, really good and getting super close to the amount needed in order to see a good green day, like a super good green day. Anything over 3 is always turns into a massive green day. It doesn't matter if it's borrowed shares or return shares. It always ends up being great for us. Estimated current short share interest is going to be increasing because of that borrowed change being in the positive to 17.74. Highest level of open interest, well, yeah, I'll go ahead and read that actually. Highest level of open interest this morning for the calls was at 13,000 options, 13,000 contracts open for $45 strike price. Highest level for the puts was at a $35 strike price with 5.6. So not quite a 3-to-1 ratio, but almost. Our current level of volume, let's see, highest amount is, it's a real close runner-up. 45 is a runner-up with 5.19 and 41 with 5.22. So I'm going to have to go ahead and make it 41. That was the same strike price we had that we ended on last week. Currently with 5.2 thousand contracts. On the put side of things, 40 is the value that we ended on last week. But it looks like they're signaling that's real close. It's real close between 33 and 34, but 34 is winning out right now. 34 with a total of 5.6 thousand contracts. So a few more put contracts than we're seeing in as far as most volume than call contracts. I have not checked out our lottery ticket winners. Let me go ahead and scroll that down just because I like to kind of see those long out the money calls. So let's scroll that down just a tad. At a $95 strike price, we have 16.5. 16.5 thousand contracts. So there's a lot of long out of the money positions there. All right, moving on. Taking you to Ortex. Let's take a look. So I really want to see these numbers start pinching together, this on-loan average age per day and the on-loan amount. You can see that they're already showing currently 2.19 million shares being borrowed, so I'm hoping that will actually show up and result in a positive 2.1 million shares being borrowed, and then we start to see this on average loan per day starting to drop. And if we do, we would be seeing the beginning portions of what would be covering for on loan amounts, with buying more loans. They'll be buying more loans to basically cover. Now, if the on loan amount doesn't go up, but the on loan average age does go down, then what you have is paper hands. They're getting their shares off the market. The only way they can kick the can down the road is by loaning more shares and using those to pay off older shares, which is not happening so far. So they're still attempting to try and, I think, shed some shares off the market, which is probably not happening. They were a little successful the last couple days, like Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday. I think we kind of had some low numbers. Actually, it might have been more Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, but we did have some low numbers, and I'm pretty sure we lost about $1 million or $2 million, potentially, because our on-share loan amount did decrease, and they didn't do a whole lot of lending. Not until Friday anyways. So it's looking pretty good, but I do want to see these two numbers start pinching together, and that's gonna be the first signal that we'll see, leading into the price spiking. Okay, taking a look at Fidelity. Our AMC stock is currently listed as the 5th highest traded stock, with 55% buy orders to 45% sell orders. Not bad. I like to see 60-40. I mean, that pretty much tells me that we got more buying than selling for sure. At a 55-45, you're kind of guessing. You don't really know. More than likely more buying than selling, but it's hard to say for certainty. Pulling this open up a little bit more to see if GME is on the list. And they've fallen off for about 3 weeks now, which means that their volume's low. And it is. They're not on the list. They're not on the list. Their volume's getting lower and lower and lower, and I think that DRS is not good for them. Volume is everything, guys. It really is. If you see the volume dying, there's a problem. Let me rephrase that. If you see volume dying over an extended period of time and you don't have anything that indicates that the prices should be rising in the near future, then you're dying. And you have a problem. Taking a look at Stonko Tracker, looks like they've borrowed. Okay, we got some more shares being borrowed right here. 700,000, roughly. That adds to the 5.1 that they've already borrowed for the day today, so that's going to put them at 5.8 million shares being borrowed that we've witnessed through Stonko Tracker. On the calls, 20.9 thousand contracts in the money on the call side, with 55.6 thousand out of the money puts, 153 out of the money. I'm gonna say it again, guys. I'm gonna say it again. I know that a lot of this long out of the money positions are probably hedge funds creating synthetics, but I'm gonna go ahead and say it again. If you're playing call options, be careful. Be super careful. If you're not winning like 80 or 90% of the time, just stop playing, and because you're the player. Stop playing, because the house wins. The house wins majority of the time, and you're going to be far better off buying shares in the long run. So, because buying shares means you are the house, and you want to be the house. You don't want to be the player. So that's my. I'm just going to lay that out there once every day at least, and you guys will get tired of hearing it. I know. Short exempt volume was at 226. Dark pool percentage last Friday was 61.8, and short percentage was 54.2%. Taking a look at how the market's running, let's see what we're looking at here. I would have expect down. Yeah. So the FTSE China, they were actually down 2.19%, and Shenzhen was down 0.46. So I kind of expected to see a little bit of a down today, but I wasn't, I wasn't 100% certain on that. But sure enough, decliners 3,834 to advancers 3,140. I think the driving force behind our market decreasing in value is going to be what's happening in China. We'll see adverse effects from that, more than likely. Taking a look at my stocks, since there was some new faces this morning, I'll go ahead and tell you guys why I have them listed up here. I'm watching the S&P 500 on here just because, a lot of people tend to believe that there's some relationship to this and AMC. I'm still kind of like, I don't know where I stand on it. Honestly, I haven't really looked at it enough to really see the relationship, so I'm not sure, and I need to do some more investigating on that. But yeah, anyways, Robinhood, I just like seeing them burn, and that's the only reason it's on here. They're at 0.49, down 0.49% for the day today. Amazon is the backbone of our American economy. If you want to know how retail America is working, watch Amazon. And we know that hedge funds have long positions with Amazon, so it's probably not a very highly shorted stock. So when this does start tanking, guess who's pulling their long positions? Right now they're up 0.38% for the day today. Cinemark, they're our competitor. If you want to know how the movie industry is doing, take a look at your competitors, right? So that's why I got Cinemark on here, up 1.59%. Dogecoin, the blue collar cryptocurrency of America, of the world. Who am I teasing? Doge is the cryptocurrency of the world, blue collar, right? So it's like the cheap version of cryptocurrency. Currently up 8%, and I showed this earlier this morning, but last time there was a huge run up on Dogecoin. I remember it was like in early May. And I remember everybody at my work was going, "Oh, you got to go buy Dogecoin. You got to go buy Dogecoin." And here I was in AMC. I'm like, "No, man, I'm not leaving. I'm not leaving AMC for anything else." And they're like, "You don't understand. It's running up to 70 something cents." I was like, "Nope, not leaving." And sure enough, Dogecoin started tanking after it went way up. And right after it started tanking, AMC started ripping. And I was just sitting there going, and they kept holding, thinking like, no, it's going to keep going up more. And I was like, "Guys, you better get out. It's a pump and dump." And some listened, some didn't, and I don't know. Maybe it's running up and the sign of it running up right now could be a maneuver for a pump and dump and try and draw volume away from AMC. GameStop, they're the OG, and it's important to watch what's going on there. They're up 0.06% for the day today. We are up 1.03% with an inflow versus outflow of 69. Nice. We have an outflow of 70 and an inflow of 69. There is a 1-point spread, 1.5 point spread between the two for a positive increase in price by 1%, which makes me laugh every single time.
That was easy.
Yes, I am. 1 hour, a 1 hour interval. How do we look? So I went ahead and drew this out. I think I drew this out on the daily, so I should probably pull out to that. When in doubt, pull out, right? No, it's zoom out. It's zoom out, guys. I changed it by accident. So I kind of drew the wedge here, and I really don't like drawing the wedges from the bottom of the flagpole. I don't even know if I want to discuss why, but I'm gonna go ahead and keep it there. I just don't think that that's how you draw a wedge properly. Anyways, having said that, here we are on the wedge right here. I kind of have I know it's hard to see where the price is going to break out at because I got so much junk on here. But if I expand this as much as I possibly can, I zoom in on it, you can kind of see that we're heading towards breaking out the upside of this wedge. Now, I kind of want to show you. Well, maybe I'm not going to show you that. Never mind. I'm not going to show you. On a 1 hour interval, let's see, how do we look? What's our strength versus our weakness? It's looking like it wants to switch over to more buying pressure than selling pressure, but RSI is kind of high at 64.69. Really what we need right now is some more consolidation. But you do remember I said $40 to $45 is the danger zone. We're in the danger zone right now. It's kind of like a key psychological period of price that investors just don't want to buy. And I guess we can get into that later, but you know, it's kind of proven itself over time. On a 30-minute interval, we currently have more buying pressure than selling pressure with RSI at 57.82, so there's still room to move up on that one. On the 5-minute interval, pretty even buying to selling pressure. It's pretty even on RSI at 51.73, so it could move in either direction. I'd say short term, we have good buying pressure, but if we want to still continue to move up long term, we need to kind of do some consolidation still. So my hope is that we kind of see some consolidation right now. Perhaps maybe between this 40.62 and 41.68, just kind of consolidate here. We do have volume kind of trending down, which I didn't check to see. Let's see what kind of pace we're on for the day today. Oops, I made a mistake. Okay, we're on pace for about 76.21 million shares traded for the day today. Now, of course, that's going to go down throughout the day like it normally does, unless, of course, we have like some kind of strange midday spike up in price. I would expect to see us to close somewhere around like 25 to 35 maybe by the end of the day, which is day over day is lower. So if we have a price increase and volume decreasing day over day, then I would expect that tomorrow we're going to have a correction. It'll be a correction in price, right? Because what's the rule? What's the rule for being in the bang phase? And the rules is that price stays relatively the same from when the first or second day that you enter into the bang phase, and volume decreases. So if we get too high in price, it's going to have a correction. Volume, we know that price is extremely volatile when volume is decreasing. So tomorrow, I would suggest that there's probably going to be another day of a day of correction for price. But I'm really excited about Wednesday. Let's just get through today, though. I guess one day at a time, right? One step in front of the other. What was that movie called? One with Bill Murray and Richard Dreyfuss. Baby Steps? That wasn't the name of the movie, though. What About Bob? That's it. What About Bob? Funny movie. I don't know. You guys might not think it's funny. I think it's funny. I'm a huge Bill Murray fan. See? Wait. You can't see. Hold on a second. You're awesome.
That was easy.
I'm that guy now. I've got all my little gimmicks here. You're awesome. That was easy. Yep, easily entertained. Okay, so where are we moving to? You guys, you're probably thinking I'm going crazy. You really probably do. Let's see what you guys are saying here. Bondaro, low volume, double top on the hourly chart, RSI 60. If there's no breakout of 42 within confirmed volume in the next hour, I think the road opens to 38, 39. Very possible. Very, very possible. There's nothing that would indicate to me that that's incorrect, and it actually meets the conditions for being in the bang phase. So I would agree. 41.5 is strong and important resistance, opening the way to 44 and 48. Delusion saying, morning everyone. Bondaro, good morning, Delusion. Bondaro saying, so far we are an uptrend channel starting on October 14th. The lower boundary of the channel is now near 40.9. The best thing to do now is to cool down to 39, test the lower boundary of the global wedge starting in June, and then fly to the moon. I agree. I completely agree. Or is the lower limit of the wedge now 35? So that's right. That's the question. because if you go back to that 1 hour and I was talking about the wedge, like this is what I disagree with. If you draw out, actually I did on the day. If you draw out the wedge from the bottom, the lower point becomes 36.96 moving forward. It's 36.96 and it moves up throughout the period of time. So I'm getting 36.96. But if you take the wedge and you draw it from where I think you should draw it from, which is right here, that changes things drastically, right? And it gives us a new low of 35.52. So it all depends on where you draw the wedge from, and this is why I really just didn't want to get into this debate, because if you draw the wedge where I think you should draw it to, it extends out the amount of time that we're going to be in this wedge for. If you draw it at the bottom of the flagpole down here, it decreases the amount of time that we're inside the wedge. I don't know that it really matters, because honestly, I think we're gonna the lowest that we're probably gonna see is like $38 anyways, and we're gonna consolidate, hopefully going into Wednesday, and then just kind of Wednesday, Thursday, or Friday-ish kind of start taking off. I'm not sure if it's gonna be Wednesday or Thursday, but we have been having some repeated patterns on Thursdays, so it's a possibility. I hope my mic's not off. Let me listen to the live. Nope. My live stream is showing sound, so if you're not getting sound, Bandaro, that's on your side. Just wrote you some messages because you probably can't read them. Or, sorry, that's not because you can't hear me saying it. I said the wrong thing. Of course, you can't hear my written messages. Yeah, so short term, this is what I kind of want to draw out. So I'm going to draw the box where I normally draw the box here, guys, but it's going to be, I can almost guarantee you that this is not going to pan out. I'm pretty sure that what we're going to see is probably more something along the lines of breaking out right here. Just because, typically speaking, when you have like, I don't know, I see a level of, well, now it kind of looks like a level of support, but usually when you're having difficulty breaking through a level of resistance like we were right here, then typically what happens is you see the price tend to kind of squeeze down into a point where you're inside the wedge and then you just break out going down. But however, we just bounced right off of that, and it's now become a level of support. So we might actually go up into this box in here. But wedges are difficult to tell. It's really difficult to tell what's going to happen on a wedge. If we have an ascending wedge and falling volume, I believe that's bearish. But one thing that I've started doing recently is this. I do a trend channel, and whichever line this middle ground points to is the opposite of which way we'll break out. Right? So if this line right here were pointing up at the top up here, I would say we break out going down. If this line is pointing at the bottom side, then it's going to break out going up. So I don't know. I don't know if that's going to happen, but that's kind of like it's a new test that I use for wedges to try and determine which way that will break out of the wedge, and I'm still kind of experimenting with this a little bit. And I so don't hold me to it. If I'm wrong on this one, this is just because I'm experimenting a little, and I'm starting to see some patterns on wedges and how these trend channels work. So But as we move up more and more in price, you're going to see this trend channel starting to point up more and more and more. It would have to move. It'll break out through though before it could point towards the top. So we'll see. We'll just we'll keep it here and see what happens. Head and Shoulders forming on the 1 hour. Amanda Villa coming through with that. Let me check it and see. Yep, kind of. I see it. The only problem with this, Amanda, this is, good eye. First off, good eye. Very good eye. The only problem with this, and it's only because the one thing you have to remember about Head and Shoulders is that the trailing shoulder, this one right here, if it's in this particular pattern, this is bearish, right? If this forms a Head and Shoulders, it has to be bearish. In order for it to be bearish, what you have to have is your trailing shoulder has to be low or higher than your leading shoulder. So in other words, your other shoulder here shouldn't be able to break this price right here. So we're kind of tending to break that pattern right now. So it may not actually turn into a Head and Shoulders, but good eye though. My goodness. I've got a new friend. You got a friend in me. Because yeah, good call. It certainly could have moved in that direction for sure. Oof. 20 years of looking at charts. I don't have any book recommendations, unfortunately. Yeah, that's my bad. So Amanda, you see how it says up at the top there? It says AMC and ADD. This ape right here with ADD does not like reading, and I absolutely despise it. I have to sit down and read something like multiple times just to understand what it is that I'm reading. It's so much easier for me to see things visually and learn visually that way. Man, I really wish I had some kind of suggestion for you, but to be honest with you, like most of my experience comes from 20 plus years of charting and reading graphs and looking for pattern analysis with the job that I did. So, I guess if there's anything that I could possibly say to you, go back to Trey's older videos from like February and March when he used to do a lot of his trend analysis, and I would suggest reading the Book of Trey, if that is such a thing, because he's got a lot of really good technical analysis that he kind of teaches everybody. You know, hands down, I have to admit straight up that Trey is probably has introduced me to some different concepts that I had never even really considered before. He used to have really great DD. I kind of wish he would get back to the roots a little bit, but he's in a different phase right now, and a different path, and that's okay. Man, I still wish I could give you a book. I really wish I could. Investopedia. Look up the patterns. Actually, Investopedia is not a bad place to go. Go to Investopedia and I would like just type in like different charts and trends, and then just start looking through Investopedia and see if you can, see what you can read through there. I mean, it's as sad as that is. That's yeah, that's the extent of what it is that I can offer, and I apologize for that. I feel like I'm lacking, but yeah, I don't know what to tell you. I really don't. Keep talking, it keeps going up. Like I said, this whole trend channel um, indicator. I just started recently using it, and my first thought process was, if you're inside of a wedge and you track a trend, your channel should point the direction that it's going to go out. But it ended up being the opposite. Like every single time I draw it, it ended up going the opposite direction. So I've kind of come to the determination that when you do a trend channel inside of a wedge pattern, if the line, now you can see the line. If I were to extend this out, you would see that it's still touching the bottom side of the wedge. But the more this price goes up, the more it's going to be touching the top of the wedge. But that's just seems to be the overall pattern that I've seen repeat over and over and over. So I'm kind of running with it, and we'll see how long before it starts failing me consistently. Good morning, Crazy Pepe. Good morning. Good to see you. Always good to see you. Look at that. Look at that breakout, and then like just fizzles out to nothing. Hits that support or hits that resistance line at 4168, 4166, and just kind of fizzles off. Now, of course, I've always maintained to you guys that anytime that we break out of a wedge like this, just ever so slightly, or something along this lines, basically what I do is I just I move this, right, and it ends up becoming a new top, and so now you have a new wedge again, right? So at some point this either turns into an ascending parallel channel or it's a wedge. And so oftentimes what I will say is that if you're going to continuously draw out your wedge, then there's another pattern forming and you're not seeing it. And so this is where Amanda, I would probably have gone out to like a 30-minute, and I would have checked the 30-minute, and I would have come to the, if I had done it back here, I probably would have come to the same conclusion as you, and I would have said like, oh boy, we better not hit this level of 4062 level of resistance and go flat, because if we do flatline there, we're definitely going back down in price. But since I'm drawing out a wedge, I just took a wedge and turned it into another wedge. I would suggest that there's some other pattern forming here that we could probably look for that might give us an indication as to where we're heading to. And I think that Bondaro actually came through here just a little bit ago. Breakdown not confirmed by volume, not a reliable signal. I think what I would say is that, like, I think Bondaro said it earlier, is that we're on an ascending parallel channel, and we have been for a while. You're saying it might be a bull trap? It could be. But if we take and look at the bigger picture here, we might. I think you had it right earlier, Bondaro. If we look at it, oops, dang it, I messed it up. I got click happy. Oh, it's close. Yeah, I'm actually gonna count that. It's so close. So basically, we're on a 2-day ascending parallel channel here. And of course, an ascending parallel channel breaks out going down because it is a bearish signal. So at some point, who knows when this is actually going to break out going down, but at some point it will. So we'll go ahead and continue to extend these wedges, but I can almost guarantee you that we're going to be heading back down at some point. I don't know if, I kind of told you guys already, I think tomorrow's a down day. So I could see us just maybe trading most of today, maybe not much higher than $42 at top, oh, well, we're already at 42. Maybe, I don't know. It feels like we probably wouldn't hit much more than $42 and then maybe kind of break out of this channel tomorrow and putting us back down into that $40 range that I was talking about, like price relatively being the same while we're in the bang phase. Relative being very obscure, like it's plus or minus a couple bucks. I don't know. It's hard to say. Today, let's check it out. Boom candles. Volume's going up. I just don't really. I really kind of feel like 42 is. It's extending the amount. 42 to 43. I really just can't see it being much higher than 42 or 43 in the bang phase. There's no level of support there. We're in the middle of the danger zone, which is $40 to $45. I hate that commercial, by the way, Silent Streamer. I absolutely abhor that commercial. There's nothing. No offense, but I just can't. I can't stand people who want their money and want it right now. Like, it just makes me angry. 42 is great, but the volume is only 12 million. It's too small. Do you know what my price target for today is? I bet you can't guess. 53. I knew it. I knew what it was. Yeah, I really just don't think that we go much higher than 42 or 43. The only way that we do is if we have just massive. Wait a minute. I'm not looking at it, guys. You are. I'm not. 2.25. We're not at 3 yet. Okay. If we get the borrow change amount up to 3, all bets are off. All bets are off, and we can just absolutely just blow through the top. So keep an eye on that borrow change amount on the screen there next to my. Let's see if I can point at it. Right here. This guy. Watch him. If that goes above 3, we're gonna start cooking with bacon grease. They have borrowed 5.8 million shares on Stonko Tracker. Now that's not an amazing amount. Usually amazing to me is somewhere like 7 to 9 million. So, I mean, but that's getting close. I mean, it's only 1.2 million away. We're a quick, fast-running, moving price away from hitting those kind of numbers. But what time is it? 9:40. We got 20 more minutes before we do another technical analysis. I'm going to go ahead and refresh some screens though, just to make sure we're getting accurate reporting. Okay, Stonko trackers refreshed, and okay, see, it went down a little bit. I just refreshed Ortex. It went from 2.25 to 2.15. So yeah, I expect to start seeing this kind of turn around the other direction a little bit. That $42. See the 40. So here's the thing. Let me pull back over again, guys. Right? I got to keep showing it to you. Pretty soon you guys will start preaching it, and I'll be like, you're listening. But here it is. It's gonna blind you. 3, 2, 1. Blinding. I know it hurts. I don't know if I have dark mode for this yet. What's the definition for the bang? Best identified when volume and price spikes. Price will remain relatively the same during this period, but volume will fall leading into the next phase. Right? Best identified, and then the next phase is best identified when volume and price spikes to the moon. So, but yeah, price will remain relatively the same during this period. So what's relative? Well, I was vague for a reason. The reason I made this definition vague is because it can move up a bit. You can actually see right here, and I don't count it except for the second day, But you know, look at this. This is what I'm talking about. This is how vague it is. You have a day-over-day price increase of only, what is that? 60 cents, right? You got a 63-cent increase in price, which is monstrous when you're only at $2 to $3. It ends up being a 31.33% increase in price, but relatively, it's not that far away, right? When you look at that 233 to 306, it's really not that far. So that's why I said relative, because percentages can kind of skew things a little bit and kind of mucky up the water and make you feel like you moved a lot. But if you look at the price range here, after it gets to 306, it drops to 297, 298. Price just doesn't really move a whole lot. And volume just starts to tank. Goes from 256 million to 181 million down to 64 million. You know, it just tanks. So now if you go down and you look at where we're at currently, right? You have, you know, we entered into this phase at $40.07. We went up to $40.74. I really just don't see it relatively moving too much. 42, 43, maybe tops. Same thing going the other direction. 38, 39, 38 lows, you know, not too much, but volume should be decreasing. Or staying thereabouts. I mean, how much lower can you go than 46 million? Not much. Maybe 27, 25. Not a whole lot. So keep this in mind, guys. This, you know, I think it's going to hold kind of true. I don't know. We'll see, though. I mean, there's nothing that says that today can't be the blow day, right? What if volume spikes up to like 200 million all of a sudden, you know, in the middle of the day and we spike up in price by a whole bunch? Well, we know that's the blow day for sure. So, you know, that could always happen. But we did indeed just break out of this ascending parallel wedge. Or sorry, ascending parallel. I just made up something. What was I trying to say? This. When I drew it out to here, it was still pointing towards the bottom side of the wedge, and it broke out way earlier than I would have thought of because, you know, this shouldn't be breaking out to like here. So if I pull up the Bollinger on this, how much you want to bet that there's, you know, some points kind of outside of the Bollinger? Let's check it out. Nope, there's some right there. So I set this to, for those of you who don't know, I set this to a 3 sigma. Normally the Bollinger comes with a 2 sigma, which I think 2 sigma, I don't remember what the percentage is, but it's like, it's pretty high. But on a 3 sigma, like 99.7% of your data should be within these red lines. And you can see right here, you know, we had a candle wick out here. We had a candle wick down here. So these kind of offset each other. So that's kind of normal, but look how close we are to touching right here. This movement's, and you can see that the Bollinger bands are widening. So this is volatility. This is caused by volatility. Actually, it doesn't look unhealthy. It's got to be killing our RSI, though. Let me just check it. Oh, yeah, it is. Oof. Oof, double O. Now, see, on a 5-minute interval, you can see the Bollinger Band is breaking. It's breaking the Bollinger Band here just a little bit. I don't know what to say. I mean, my price prediction for the day today is 40.75 to 43.75. I really just don't see us. I don't see us closing higher than that. I just really have a hard time believing it. I'm with Bondaro. This is a. I think this is an options trap. That's what I think this is. I think this is an options trap. I know, JP. I know, man. I this is all I have to post for you. Hold on a second. I'll show you optimism. I'll show you optimism, JP. You ready for this? Here's your optimism. Oh, I forgot to. Dang it. Here's your optimism. You know what this is? I don't know where to put it on the screen so you can see it all. It's my viewers. It's my viewers, and it's always almost in relationship to price movement. I always get a kick out of that. All right, guys, we have work to do. We have work to do, and I completely forgot about it. I was having so much fun with you guys. So let's do our homework, right? We got a little bit of work to do here. I know you guys couldn't see that. Hold on a second. There you go. I'm going to be shooting through the roof here in a minute. I love you too, JP, no matter what. Good morning, Nikki. I'm always going to love you, JP, man. No matter if you're here or there. I love you, man. Let's see. What was I going to say here? Bondora says low volume and 4255 upper limit of the channel I think is clear what will happen in the next few hours. Yeah, I mean, it's an options trap. This is just strictly an options trap. It's all right if you do, JP. I will be here irregardless whether one way or the other. I do. I love all you guys. I love all of you. You guys are all family. You guys are my ape family, and I love every single one of you. And I want to look out after you guys. Like I get so emotional about the whole DRS stuff, and I hope you understand that it's just because I love you guys. Like I don't want to see harm happen to you. Like we all have a once in a lifetime opportunity, and when I see something that looks like it could harm us, I hope you understand that I'm just trying to look out for us. You know, like that's my where's my water? Oh, here it is. I'm just trying to look out for us. You know, as a group. And you don't have to agree with me. You don't. You really don't. In fact, I don't want you to agree with me. I want you to have your own opinions. I really do. Because I'm not always right. I'm really not. I'm not always right. I'd love to think that I'm always right. Did you guys get the subliminal message? Did you get it? Give it to you a second time. I want to see the best. I want to see the best outcome for all of us. I really do. I mean, the better we do as a group, the more happy we all walk away from this. So, homework time. It's homework time. Remember our good old friend Computershare? They sent me an email this morning. Here it is. I'll put it right here. Your AMC Entertainment Holding Incorporated statement is now available online, so just log in. Okay, they told me I've had 2 difficulties on trying to get in to log into an account. Now I've heard that's always an issue until you have a share through them. Apparently, there's nothing you can do about it. You just have to wait to create your account after your share is settled. So supposedly, my single share that I purchased through Computershare is supposedly settled. So I'm going to go ahead and try to log into this and see if I can actually get into an account now. My next step is to go ahead and contact them and find out. And I pretty much already know the answer. I already know the answer is that, probably no. But I'm going to call them or contact them through their web service and find out if they have after-hour and pre-market trading ability. And if they do, then I'm going to trade that share in the aftermarket hours so that we can see what happens. If they don't, that violates rule number 3 for me. And I'm hard set on my golden rules. I will not violate my golden rules. It will risk my ability to make money on this opportunity. So, it's just I've got golden rules and I have to stick to them. If I don't stick to my golden rules, then what's the point in having golden rules? They're not really golden rules anymore. They're just recommendations, and I'm not going to violate them under any circumstances. So, having said that, let's go ahead and see if I can log into my account that's supposedly created. They sent me this email at yesterday at 4:22 a.m. my time, I think. It says 4:22, but I'd have to actually verify that the time is right on here. But irregardless, they sent it to me on a Sunday, which is good. My share settled on Sunday, which was a day earlier than they said it would, so that's cool, I guess. All right, so let me log into there. If I can show you, whatever I can show you guys, I will show you. I'll put it up on the screen for you to see. I want you guys to see what it is that I'm going through so you understand how their system works. Oh no. I just forgot. Oh man, do you guys remember what she said? I could log it. Okay, well, doesn't matter. I'm just going to say forgot user ID and enter in my address and see what happens. They technically have never given me a user ID, so I just went ahead and put in my email address. I'm confirming it. Yes, it is correct. Next. So I should get an email from them stating what my login name is. Please do not reply to this email. Unfortunately, we cannot find any information for your entered email address. So I'm going to go ahead and pull up I'm going to go ahead and pull this up again in here. They do not have AMC. By the way, what company are you inquiring about? They don't have AMC listed. Just FYI, so you have to put in other. I can't show you guys my email address. No offense. I am completely reachable at Twitter and Reddit, which is on there for you. I think anybody would attest that I respond to those. Okay. Let's see, what do I have a question about my login? Go, enter. Okay, it won't let me enter that in. What is going on here? Okay. Oh, it says it right here. Thank you for choosing to chat with us. We are experiencing higher than normal volumes, and your wait time to connect with a chat agent may be longer. Wonderful. That's why I can't. Okay, we're not even in MOAS right now, guys. We're not in MOAS, and I can't get through. So take that, as a sign. Let's see if they have a contact phone number. Let me try logging into their website with my email address, although I don't expect that it's going to work. Okay, let me, I guess I'm just going to pull this off to the side. Oh. I'm in queue now. All right. I'm going to pull this off to the side and just wait, I guess. We'll see how long this takes for them to, actually, I'll just leave it up here. There's no reason why I can't leave it up here. Let's get rid of our Bollinger. 9:58. We are really close to doing technical analysis hour. I feel like maybe I should do that. Okay, never mind. I am now in. So approximately 4 minutes. 4 minutes for me to wait. Non-MOAS periods of time. Thanks, Mom. Who would expect your mom to say anything otherwise, right? Who would expect that? Okay, so they're asking me, did I purchase? They don't even know if I purchased. So I gave them my email address when I logged into this, and now they're asking me if I even purchased. They're asking me who I have shares through, and did I purchase them through Computershare? And so they don't even know based off the information that I've already given them. So they've charged my account. They've told me that they've purchased a share for me, and I've seen money withdrawn from my account in their name, and yet. Monty, I don't know the answer to that question. I really don't. When did you initiate the purchase? I initiated the purchase on 10/11. Oh boy, I can't spell. Ugh. What's the word I'm looking for? Had been settled. I honestly don't know, Monty. I just don't know. I'd like to think that my price prediction for the day today is between 40.75 and 43.75. I kind of thought we would be going up you know, in general for the day-to-day, I kind of feel like what we have is a little bit of an options trap here. I think they're trying to catch like maybe $45 and $50 option. I think they're putting option traps in for those price ranges before they drop the price to say like 39, 38, somewhere down there, because I think tomorrow is going to be a down day. Speaking of which, I have to update my my price, 42.61. Oh no, it was 42.80. So since the 30th of last month, we have been on a price increase, and we're up 26.9% since then. I like your optimism, JP. 53, man. 53. Okay, so they're telling me that I need to register as a new user and use my social security number. In order to access your shareholder account on the internet, please go with the following instructions. If you're a first-time user, register now. Simply enter required validation information, fill in your member details, review our terms and conditions. You'll now be able to log in once your user ID and password are established. Users can update their accounts and perform transactions immediately. However, for security reasons, some users may be initially restricted. In the cases, we'll send you a verification code by regular mail, which you will then need to key in to the Vesser Center. The verification code should arrive in the address of record within 10 business days. Please allow additional time for delivery to address outside of the United States. Say what? 10 business days? If I spell really crappy, guys, please don't hold it against me. I can't spell worth crap. We're approaching the top of the sending parallel channel that I have, guys. So I can't imagine it going any higher than that. That's $44 in the next little bit here. So I'm going to go ahead and attempt to do what it is that they're saying. Oh, shoot. I hit the wrong button. Register now. Okay, so I'm going to pull this off to the side because it does have some information that I can't be showing you. Okay, I agreed to the terms and conditions. I did not read them. I mean, if you're going to use Computershare, you're going to have to agree one way or the other, so. You can enter requests to trade before market and after market hours, but the transaction itself will happen during the market hours. So if you entered a trade request after market hours, it will be processed on the next business day once the market opens. Guys, end of story, period. That is against my golden rule number 3. Your broker must have after-hour and pre-market trading abilities. If it does not, you will probably miss out on a very large amount of money, possibly. And it's something you probably don't want to risk. So keep that in mind. If you have shares through Computershare, you are not going to get the price that you want. I'm throwing that out there, that there's a very good likelihood that you will not be getting the price that you want for your shares. So keep that in mind, because the transaction will not go through until the next day. Please keep that in mind. Okay, so now that I've confirmed that, I will be selling the share as soon as I possibly can. User ID. I gotta make it something I can remember. What the hell? They're asking me for some... Your personal site seals an additional layer of security that is unique to your login details. It will be displayed whenever we ask you to enter your password. When you see your personal site seal, it confirms that you are on an authentic Computershare website and it is safe to enter your password. Please select a color and enter 3 words to create your site seal. That's kind of cool. Honestly, that's pretty neat. I like that. Let's see here. Word 1. Oh, I know what I'm making it. I'm going to screenshot it. I don't care. I don't care because I only have 1 share and I don't ever plan on putting an additional share in there. I'm going to screenshot it and show you guys. I can't help myself. It's funny. Good old Gazer Beam, right? How's anybody ever going to guess that unless they watch this this exact time? Oh, that's hilarious. That makes me laugh. Speaking of good old Gazer Beam, Gary, you know what he's probably wondering right now? He's probably wondering what the heck is going on with all this market manipulation and how the heck is it happening, because this really shouldn't be happening to our price. So he's going to come on over here and keep us a little company while I'm doing this work on the side. He's definitely interested in what's going on here. Security questions. Ugh. Okay, so they're making me confirm my my email. I can't see what you guys are writing, so let me go back and see what, in case you guys are saying anything important here. No. No, Crazy Pepe. No. Casey is not often wrong, but he will be wrong today about the price being pushed back down. JP. Oh, man. Okay. The faith. Let's see. Before you gain access to your portfolio, there's just one final step we need you to complete. In order to confirm your identity, we will send you a letter containing a verification code to the registered address we have on record for you. Once you've received it, just log back in, enter the code, and you will have full access to your portfolio. If your letter doesn't arrive in the expected postal mail delivery time, please log back in and request another. Need immediate access to your portfolio? Go through our online identity verification service. You can confirm your identity online by answering a series of questions that only you would have answers to. Upon successful passing the identity confirmation, you will gain immediate access. I'm verifying online. I ain't got time to wait 10 days for them to send me snail mail so I can log into my account. This is ridiculous. Okay, social security number. Casey Shaw. Good. Okay, everything looks good. Oh. Okay, guys. I want you to know that I never gave them this information. So the very first question that they give me is what kind of vehicle I own. So this means that they've done a background check on me, I think, because there's no way they should be able to know this information without doing a background check. So whether or not that impacts your credit, I have no idea. I do have Experian or one of those set up to tell me when I have hits on my account. I don't believe that I've gotten any, but I'd have to go through my emails and check and see. But this is interesting to me that they're asking me to identify which vehicle that I have. I'll tell you which vehicles they list that I don't have. A 1997 Saturn S Series. Never owned one of those. A 2000 Daewoo Lanos. I've never owned one of those. A 2004 Oldsmobile Silhouette. I've never owned one of those. And a 2005 BMW 3 Series. I might own one of those in the future. I don't know. Still trying to decide. They do have a correct... Oh. What the... They did a background check on me for sure, guys. They did it back... In which of the following cities does... Oh, that's hurtful. That's hurtful. In which of the following cities does Dennis Shaw currently live or own property? My dad's dead. My dad's dead, Computershare, and that pisses me off. That's some bullshit right there. That's some bullshit. Okay, next question. Please correct the answer from, let's see. Which of the following addresses have you ever been associated with? I don't see any. I don't see any addresses. They do have a choice to say I've never been associated with any of these addresses as a choice, and I don't see any addresses that... I mean, I'd have to ask my mom on some of the ones that are from before I knew what an address was, but I'm gonna put none of them. This is crazy. So they do background checks on you. Computershare. Okay, so they let me in. The very first thing they want me to do is update my address, which they should already have. Yeah, they already have my address, so I'm not going to actually do that. Okay, so I'm in. I have my portfolio sitting here. I'll go ahead and show you guys. So this is interesting. Excuse me. The value at which they purchased the share is not the same value that. I'm going to get back to this guy over here. Let me take a screenshot of this so I can show you guys. No. I don't see anything on here that looks like I need to hide this from you guys. So this is kind of interesting. They had told me that they had purchased the share for $40.06, which is not the case now that I'm actually seeing it. See, like I said, I can't spell. If I didn't live in this time where spell check was a thing, I would have never made it through college or any part of college. Thank you for chatting with us. Have a good day. Your feedback will help us improve our service. Please take a minute to fill out the survey after the chat session. To access the survey, click the X button aside the operator's name. So I'm going to fill this out just because I want to be helpful. How satisfied are you with the chat service? Us, very satisfied. Did the service replace the need to contact us through another channel? Yes. Was the issue you contacted us about resolved during this engagement? Yes. What channel would you normally contact us through for support? That one. Do you have any feedback, suggestions, how we can improve our service? I'm not going to put anything in. I'm just submitting that. Okay. So let me show you guys what I got. It looks to me like, let me click on view details and see. Yeah, I can't, unfortunately. There's certain, actually I can do it. Let me do it. New. And I'm gonna block out things so you guys can't see certain items. There's that. There's this. That should be good. Oh, dang it. I missed it. Okay. So this is what I want to show you guys. So it appears that they bought the stock for $36.96, which is good, because it was like 37. Because they were telling me $40 originally in the text that I was receiving. It was telling me that they were charging me $40.06 for the purchase, and this, according to this, it looks like it's saying that $36.96 is what they actually purchased it for. Based on where we're at in price right now, I might actually avoid any kind of fees just because of the fact that the price is up so much since then. However, the next step now is to sell the share, and we're gonna see how long this takes. We just hit, what did we hit? 42.77. So I can't unfortunately show you guys the entire page. Let me make sure you're seeing all. Yeah, you're seeing pretty much everything. Oh, good old Gazer Beam Gary's in there. Oh, Gazer Beam, you're not supposed to see that. I didn't want him to know that I was doing this. Okay, well, hopefully he didn't see too much information. But yeah, let me go ahead and submit an action for selling of a share. Unless you guys can think of anything else that you want me to do, or if there's something you want me to check out inside to check out like their system to see how everything kind of looks in there. I'm going to go ahead and initiate the sell order. So I'll go ahead and watch the comment section for a few minutes just to make sure nobody straggles in and has like a question that they want covered, and then I'm going to initiate the sell order. Your share is a fractional share rather than a whole share, though. Oh, did I miss that? Oh, you're right. Quantity 0.872504. Good point. Good point. Oh, what the heck is up with that? Okay, now, see, that is extremely sketchy, right? Because supposedly they're holding your shares out of DTC, and the only way that I know that you could possibly do that is if you were buying whole share amounts. Now, the interesting thing about this is the only way that they could work in fractional shares is if they're buying shares as well and holding collateral shares as well within their company. And that's how they would partition out. So there's no way that this fractional share is actually my share. This is an assumption of a share that I own through partitions, right? It's a partitioning of a share, and so I own a fractional portion. That's actually really incredible. Thanks for pointing that out, because that is huge. That's actually really huge. Fractal shares. Yep. Yep. That's pretty much proving the point that they do not take it off of DTC, because if that were the case, you would have to buy in whole share amounts. You can't do partial share purchases. It just doesn't work like that. The only way they could do that is if they issued it to you. So that actually proves the whole idea that completely kills anybody's idea that you own your own shares. You don't own your own shares. You don't. You own a portion of a share that is held through book entry through Computershare, and I own a part of one of Computershare's shares. Now, whether or not those shares can be loaned out or not, I'm going to trust that when they say they don't loan them out, that they don't. But there's no way to own a partial share. That's not. It only happens through brokers. So Computershare is acting like a broker, even though they're not a broker, which is really sketchy. That's yeah, that's gonna cause a stir. Oh, good point. Who saw that? Who saw that? You get the award for the. Who saw that? Delusion.
That was easy.
You got the "that was easy" button for the day today. Oh man, that was a great point. Big time props to you, bro. Way to catch that. Okay. About 10% per round. Okay. I'm not gonna get into that, guys. I'm not gonna get into that. I prefer if you guys do that stuff, keep it to yourself. I don't want to know about it. I really just don't. I'm not saying what you're doing is. I just don't want to get into it. It's gonna cause people to be angry, and I don't want to go there. All right. So let's go through the process of selling this share. And I'm only doing this because I'm not trying to make money. I'm trying to prove a point about what Computershare is and what it isn't. Okay, so there's a really easy button it asked me actions that I want to do to my portfolio. I clicked on sell. It says payment address. They have my address listed in there correctly. Bank details. I have no bank details in there. No payment instructions on file for this holding. You can add the payment instructions. However, there is a 10-day hold period before they can be used for a sale. Text communications. Have that set up correctly. AMC Entertainment Holdings Incorporated plan. It's showing that it's going to sell my 0.872504 share. Current share price at 43.14. And I'm going to AMC. Okay, I'm going to say next. View plan document, view fees. I'm not going to view it. I'm going to click on sell all. It's telling me the current share price is 43.14, which it is not. I'm going to hit next. I'll take a USD check via postal mail. It's fine. You will see it says I'll receive a text confirmation. Unfortunately, I can't show you guys all this information because there's a lot of personal information on there that I'm not willing to just give everybody. No offense. Okay, this I can show. I'm going to show this as fast as I can because I want to get this through. So let me just take a screenshot of it. I need to save file, save as. Let's call it okay, and I'm hitting submit, and I'll show you these guys' screen. Please confirm that you wish to submit this transaction by typing the required word in the box below. There is no box below. There is no box below. Please confirm that you wish to submit the transaction by typing. Let me save this screenshot and then show you guys what I'm talking about. So I'm getting this, and I'm not sure what it's trying to get me to do because I'm actually scrolled to the bottom of the page. There's nothing showing anything. There's no box pop up or anything. I'm just going to hit submit. All letters. In order to submit the sale request, please type. Oh, type in the word yes. I cannot read. Yes. Okay. Submit. Okay. I'm a little smooth-brained here. Okay. Deal with it. Okay. Share type plan holdings. Says your request to sell. Let me save this picture. I will screenshot this file. Save as CS3 and new. And I'll just screenshot this. Okay, there it is right there. It says your request to sell 0.872504 shares from your AMC Entertainment Holdings Incorporated has been received. This market order will expire at the end of the business day. Market sales request entered after 4 p.m. Eastern Time or day on a day the market is closed will be processed the next day the market is open. The date your shares are sold is trade date, and your payment will be sent on settlement date 2 business days later. Your current share balance will not be updated to include the pending transaction until the settlement date. The pending transaction page will provide you with the status of your request. I just received an email from them. I don't care that you see that information. It doesn't bother me. Okay. It was a market order. I want you guys to see that it's a market order. All right. Minimize that. Here's the best part, guys. I gotta save this. This kind of cracks me up a little bit. I'm gonna be a deficit. So if you look down here, it's showing my share sales. It says the proceeds are going to be $12.15, which I don't think that's. I don't know. I'm not sure exactly how this all works out exactly, but they're saying estimated short-term gain loss. It looks like I'm going to lose $22.85 on this transaction because it's a single share, and they have fees for their orders and all that kind of stuff. So that makes me laugh. They charge me $22.85 to buy and sell a single share. But it is what it is. It's I'm doing this for the community, and that's it's well worth it. So we'll save that. And we'll see. I submitted, according to this, I submitted the order at 11:31 today. So we'll see what kind of price I get. It was quoting me a market price of, I think it was 43.17. I think is what it was quoting me. I'd have to go back and look at the screenshots, but 43.17 I think is what it was quoting me, and we were underneath that price, well underneath that price when I set it. I have heard in the past that they have about a 20-minute delay on their price quoting, but I don't think that's what the price. I don't know. I guess it could be about 20 minutes ago. Yeah. All right. Let's see what you guys are saying. Yeah, I can ask these questions later. I can ask them those questions later, Delusion. Those are good questions. I can ask them. I can go back and ask those questions. That's if we want to get them on the phone and talk to them and be like, hey, what the heck's going on here? Why did I get issued a partial share? Why? A lot of whys, right? There's a lot of questions. There's a lot of sketchy things going on here. A lot of sketchy things going on with that Computershare. I would not trust my shares with them. Because you know why? It wasn't this. Oh, he died. Oh. No. Oh. Oh, I'm bummed. I wonder if it's just the batteries. Oh, man. I'm gonna have to go check that on my break. It is break time, speaking of which. I know I didn't do the technical analysis the last hour. You guys. Not easy. It was not easy. It can't say it because it wasn't it. You hear me clicking it. Oh. He started to say it. No, he's refusing. He's refusing.
Was easy.
Oh, now he's saying that was easy.
That was easy.
There we go. That's got to be dead batteries. Oh, geez. That was not easy. You know, if you click the easy button and it doesn't say it, then it must not be true. Oh, boy. I can't make this stuff up, guys. It's just, this is how life works. You know, I'm gonna start using it. I'm gonna start using it like Trey does his Magic 8-Ball, or whoever, I forget who uses a Magic 8-Ball, but is using Computershare easy.
That was easy.
Okay, he's back on track now. Okay, he's signed up. That easy was button signed up for it now. He's on board with Computershare being an easy experience. Okay, time for break. I do not expect us to break out upwards of this ascending parallel channel. The breakout should be going down, but we shall see what happens. And I will return at, let's see, it's 10:40 right now. It's almost 10:40. I will be back in let's make it. I normally take 40 minutes, but I'm just going to take 30 minutes because I want to be back by 12:10 at the latest, or 11:10 rather. So I will be back at 11:10. I'll go ahead and put it on the screen. I'll give you guys some music. Oops. I'm going to say at. All right. I'd leave you guys with a pattern, but this ascending parallel channel that we're on right here, this like 3-day, you know, because today is the 3rd day of it, really looks like it's holding to me. What the heck? Why do I have so many lines going? Oh, I know. One of these lines is the wedge, the daily wedge. Holy moly! I've got lines all over the place. What is this thing? Gone. Okay, so essentially, we're on an ascending wedge, or we're on ascending parallel channel right now inside of a 5-month wedge. So, you know, this probably will break out going down at some point, kind of put us down back into this range and have us breaking out maybe Thursday or Friday. I think Tuesday for sure. I'm almost positive tomorrow's a down day. Don't be down. Don't be down about it. It's part of the process. We have to get there, you know. It's just it's part of the ritual. Part of the ceremony to, what do they call that? They just call it, like, what do they call it when they do the initiation for like a club or something like that? It's our initiation. In order to get to the Millionaires Club, you have to have an initiation, and this is it. You know, how patient can you be? So with that, I will be back in 30 minutes, and we'll go through a little bit of TA. See you guys in a bit. Alrighty, guys, I'm back. I couldn't stay away. I just couldn't. I had to ruin JP's prediction. No, I honestly just I don't know. Needed to come back, I guess. I don't know. Let me refresh my screens. Easy listening. You like that? That was a good soundtrack. All right. Well, I'll keep it for a couple days then. That was easy listening. Oh. I gotta put new batteries in. I didn't do it because I thought he came back on, but apparently he's not. He's done. I don't know. That wasn't easy, apparently. What size batteries are these? I don't even know if I have any. Oh, those are AAAs. He's trying to talk, but it didn't work.
That was easy.
There he goes. Wait.
That was easy.
Yeah. I think maybe that's the way I hold it or something. All right, let's check out our stats here and see what's going on. Dark pools currently showing. Yeah, I know. I did wear it out already. AP. Dark pools showing 60.22%. That's going to be about 65% in Stonko Tracker. Oh, look at the borrow change, guys. Look at the borrow change. Negative. Oh, wait, that's not what I thought it was. I thought that was million. Oh, darn. That's not the right direction. I thought that was such a bigger number. Okay, well, they had 2.19 about 2 hours ago. They had 2.19 million shares having been borrowed. Now that's returned. That's basically turned into a wash because 5.6K returned shares is basically nothing. So that's going to reduce our estimated current short share interest down to 17.4. They almost let this run away from them. They almost let it run away. Let's see here. What are we looking at on options? Yeah, see, this really reeks of an options trap, guys. They got people at $43. There's a crap ton of options at $43. That's our new high. With check this out, 29.2 thousand contracts. This is why I say, guys, spread the word. Don't play options if you're not, if you're not careful, it'll burn you. Highest level of volume for the puts is at $42 strike price. So the options, the options are kind of giving a spread of about $1. There's 10.3 thousand contracts at a $42 strike price for the puts, giving us about almost a 3-to-1 ratio in puts versus strikes. Puts versus man, I can't talk. Puts versus calls. Going back to the other page. Fidelity currently has AMC in top 3 with 40% buys to 55% sells. So more people are selling than buying. This is not good. This is classic what we need to be very, very careful of. This $40 to $45 range, a lot of people do a lot of selling in this range, and a lot of, there's not a whole lot of buying going on. So the longer we spend time in this $40 to $45 zone, the more crucial it is that we get out of it. Taking a look at where GME is. Not on the list. Not on the list. Shares purchased for the day today. Let's see, in the last 2 hours, 12, 10, 11, no, wait, 10. Since 10, we got about 50,000 shares there. So 50,000 shares. That's going to put us at 5.85 million shares having been borrowed for the day today on Stonko Tracker. On SPY, the news is, oh yeah, I just read this. This was one of the things that kind of got me down a little bit while I was on break. Colin Powell, former Secretary of State, died from COVID complications. It's kind of sad. There was a period of time where I had kind of, my mom didn't like the idea that I thought this was a good idea, but I thought seeing him run for president or vice president with maybe like Condoleezza Rice, either him for president or her for president, and then the other one running for VP would have been like a great option. But whatever. She felt strongly against Colin Powell. She didn't have any problems with, I don't think, Condoleezza Rice, but I think she should really run for office. She's a smart lady, incredibly smart lady. Taking a look here at the market. Let's see what's going on here. Go read her bio sometime. Just go read her bio and see what she's done in her lifetime, and you'll be shocked. More decliners than advancers, just barely. 3,351 decliners to 3,305 advancers. The NASDAQ is up 0.48. The Dow Jones is just breaking even, and the S&P 500 is up 0.24. Robinhood is down 1%. Amazon is up 0.4. Cinemark is up 4.01%. Doge is up 6.95. GME up 2%. We are up 5.72%. And taking a look at our inflow versus our inflow, we currently have 252 to 248, which is a 4-point spread. Total shares traded for the day today. We're actually cooking pretty good here. 30.95 divided, well, actually it'd be easier if I just did this. 390 divided by 2 minus 34, 161. Okay, we're on pace for 74 million shares traded for the day today. I think that's pretty close to the number that we were at earlier this morning. So if we keep this up, we're actually on a really good pace to kind of finish around that amount, which is not bad. On a 1 hour interval, lines everywhere, right? On a 1 hour interval, we have not quite broken out of this this upward ascending parallel channel, like a 3-day ascending parallel channel that I have drawn in here. It does look like it wants to break out of it, but it's, it shouldn't break out going up. It really shouldn't. And on the day, even on the day, the day candlestick breaking out of the wedge would be at 46 bucks. Just throwing it out there. On a 30-minute interval, we currently have, I forgot to look at the RSI is really high, 79.46, but we have more buying power than selling power, or selling pressure currently. On a 30-minute interval, a little more selling pressure than buying pressure, but RSI is so high that, I mean, I can't not see a reversal coming here. I mean, yeah. I'd be looking to see some kind of change here coming up pretty soon. all it's going to take is a you know, a breeze to push this thing going down the other direction. Somebody just so much as sneezes the wrong way. 64.24 is our side of 5-minute interval. Elevated. I want to show you something interesting. We've seen this pattern before. I guess there's two things I want to show you. First of all, this is my graphic of where I thought we could be heading to in price if it kind of continues to do what we did back in well, wait a minute, hold on a second. Let's go out to the 15 minutes. It's pretty crazy. I mean, it's pretty crazy. I think we're done. I think we're done for today. Yeah. We're done for today, guys. We're going to hold here. I mean, this is confirmation bias confirmed. It's pretty shocking, but that's the first thing I wanted to show you. The second thing that I wanted to show you was I think probably best seen if I kind of go back to Weeble. So you guys have heard me say this before. Devil horns, head and shoulder pattern, and of course I know. I'm so sorry, I forgot the name. Who was it? Amanda, I want to say. Let's see who it was earlier that I was talking to. Yeah, Amanda. Amanda was, saying head and shoulders. She's like, I was like, no, the trailing shoulder needs to be lower. And so this technically is not a head and shoulders. So I wouldn't expect to see the price fall here. However, I think that it's going to fall anyways. Not too much, not very drastically, because I want to show you what I'm looking at here. And if we go out to a 30-minute interval, what do we come to find? Kind of when we see that pattern, that the devil horns with the head and shoulders, we see a little bit of a dip in price, and then the next thing comes is the rip. So even in the intraday, like on the small scale where we're just looking at a single minute time scale, like we're kind of getting the same repeating patterns. So I expect this thing to kind of come down a little bit, maybe kind of like into this $42 range. Maybe finish out the day somewhere around that $42 range, trade sideways until we open up tomorrow, and maybe tomorrow is not as much of a down day as I was thinking. But I mean, what you're seeing in blue right here is is June's data before the rip. Before the rip into new highs. Yeah, so damn, it's crazy. I'm a little lost for words. I'm a little lost for words. Yeah, I'm lost. I'm lost for words. I don't have anything to say. I don't have anything to say. There's nothing left to. I hate it when people say the DD is done. I abhor that more than anything else in the world because the DD will never be done. In my opinion, we'll be digging stuff out for decades. Like 10, 20 years from now, kids are going to be studying the crap out of what happened here. And the DD is never done, but I'm at a loss for words. That's all I got to say. Go to break, please. You better be careful, JP. My wife already did ask me if I would go to break this week. We do have our anniversary coming up, so. Are you guys just going to sit here and enjoy it as the stock price goes up and I'm just not even sitting here? You'll be like, sure, yeah, because.
That was easy.
Oh, man. I get to go wake my wife up when we hit $90, by the way. Even if she's in the middle of sleep. Yeah, I know. And the whole idea behind Dogecoin moving up is, they want to try and draw the volume away. If you think about it, if you're a retail investor, right, and you're not like, let's say you're not a gung ho AMC kind of guy, right? You're just a regular, retail investor, and you're just trying to day trade or whatever, you're doing your thing, and all of a sudden you start seeing crypto taking off. It's blue collar. It's blue collar America, and quite frankly, they're gonna see this takeoff on Dogecoin, and they're gonna be like, they're just gonna be jumping all over this crap. And I drew this red line. I don't remember what I drew this red line for. I think it was like the 20% mark or something like that from some point. I don't remember what it was exactly, but it was kind of like that. I think I was telling you guys this is kind of like the bottom here, right? I know it did dip past it a little bit, but I mean that's acceptable. It's not that far off. And I really did think that we would see the bottom right there and see like some kind of like run up. But yeah. I don't think it's quite done yet. If they want to try and steal away volume from AMC, they make something else run. It will crash. It will crash, JP. I promise you. That Dogecoin, as soon as, like just before we start to rip, is when that will start crashing down. And our rip will start, like when I say rip, I'm talking about like stop the market kind of rip. I'm not talking about like, I'm talking like June kind of rip. And that's the whole reason why I'm watching over here on the side. I mean, it's the entire reason I'm watching it on the side. Yeah. I hear you. I hear you. It's, any kind of cryptocurrency is a dangerous game to play. All I would say is that, the minute you see it starting to form a reversal, um, you know, jump jump the F out, like bail. Cause I mean, I don't know how much money you put in there or anything, but it's not gonna it's not gonna continue to go up. Yeah. Yeah, I know what you mean. I'm the same way. I was the same way. I kept looking at the cryptos, and I was actually running some tests with money just to see if it was tradable or not. And prior to the testing that I had done later, but and I was like, I can't figure this stuff out. And then after I came up with the whole algorithm thing that through looking at GME's model for their RIP in January, I was like, I wonder if I can apply this to what's happening in cryptocurrency. And so I applied it. I had to tweak it a little bit, but once I found the right ratios, I mean, you can day trade cryptocurrency pretty easily. You can make some money. In fact, I was just talking to somebody this weekend. I don't want to say who because I don't want to uh, divulge who it was or anything because I didn't ask for permission. But I was talking to somebody this weekend, and I was telling them, I said, I put in, I think it was like 30 or $50 or something like that. I don't remember if it was 30 or 50, but I put 30 or $50 into cryptocurrency just to kind of test the idea that I could figure out what their algorithms were doing, and made, like, in 2 weeks time, made like $150. So um and I was telling them, I said, if I could create a sniper, the only drawback to cryptocurrency is if you decide to go to bed, you better not have a position held in it, because you're gonna lose money. It trades 24/7. You can't. It doesn't stop trading, and so when you decide to go to bed, it still runs. And if you're not there to make the trade, or you're not awake to make the trade when it happens, then you're just SOL. So that's kind of the drawback to it. So, but if you could set up like a program that worked to trade around the algorithms for you, you could just set it, run it, let it do its thing, and walk away and just make just tons of money. Yeah, see, this is the reversal here. All right, guys, this is where we start looking at synthetic price failures. So here's the deal. I'm going to pull this up here just so we can see. I don't expect this to actually hit a synthetic price failure criteria. But what I'm going to do is I got to put in the most current high, which is 43.63. Okay, so we've gone up since our last low of 33.74. We've gone up to 43.63, which is a 29.3% increase in price. I'm going to start tracking new lows because I have a feeling we're going to see, I don't know, we could see as low as $38 coming up here. And let me just see how much of a percentage drop that is. It's only a 12.9% drop in price, so that's not, it has to technically hit like 19.5 in order for it to be a synthetic price failure. So they're probably going to try and drop it. One, they're trying to suck up all those long call options. Not long. Well, they are long call options. Probably at $45, $43, $42. They're going to suck those up for this Friday, and so they're going to try and drop this price down to probably around $38. And then they're hoping, I would think that they would hope that they'll pick up some paper hands along the way as well. So we'll see what happens. And I'll just keep tracking this like I always do on the side. But yeah, I do expect this to come back down some. Maybe, I don't know. I just said 38, but 41.68 for right now. at least for today. I don't know. We'll see what happens. One of two things is going to happen. We're either going to just trade sideways and close the day out at somewhere between 42.33 and 43.39, or we break that threshold and kind of move down into this range and close the day out at like 41.50. So we'll see what happens. But I mean, this I'm lost. I'm lost for words when I look at this though, because this thing, I mean, it reeks of what it is that we're doing. This pattern is suggesting an update tomorrow. I'm not going to hold my breath, but we'll see. I'm not going to hold my breath. But it's pretty crazy how similar it looks. I find it very curious that we were like 2.25 million shares borrowed. Now we're down to half a million returned. Seems kind of odd. I mean, ask yourself a question, and this is why I keep saying about 40 to 45 being a danger zone. Ask yourself a question. You just found out that you got a bonus from your company. You got about $2 or $3 grand you're going to invest in something. Are you going to come over to AMC and invest it in AMC? Not being an ape. You're not an ape. Pretend you're not an ape. Are you going to come over and invest it in an AMC that's had like a run up of about 9-10% in the last 3 trading days? Or are you going to invest it into Dogecoin that's up? That seems to be kind of low, and it's your chance to get into cryptocurrency that all your buddies are in, and they think that it's going to spike again. Because to me, it seems like you're going to get a lot more bang for your buck at 25 cents a cryptocurrency versus $42 a share. And that's the problem why we have the magic number of $40 to $45. That's the biggest hurdle that we have to overcome, is that it's just not enticing for people to want to buy it. But they don't have to. They don't have to buy it. This thing's still going to do what it's going to do because we've already purchased the shares that are required to make this thing pop. And those guys that are going to go over to Doge, they'll come running. They'll come running. As soon as Doge starts tanking and they see AMC ripping, they're going to come running. Guaranteed. Like piranhas. All right, let's look at the news. Let's see what's going on. Oh my gosh. I feel like this is clickbait. All right, they're going to get me, and I'm going to fall for it, and I'm going to feel so stupid. The Motley Fool. This is the title. Are you sure you want to short AMC Entertainment stock right now? ? And then underneath that it says movie theaters have their strongest 14-day run in 20 months. The fourth quarter is off to a strong start. How long have we been watching the Motley Fool talk down about AMC? Key points in the article. After seeing its stock fall 19% last month, AMC is moving higher in October. Did we fall 19% in the last month? Is that accurate data? Let me fact check that. How long did he say? After seeing its stock fall 19% last month. So I'm going to assume that they're talking about September 30th. The close was 38.06. Okay, that might actually be right. 47 down to, yeah, okay. That might actually be right. That might be correct data. The industry is benefiting from new tentpole releases on 3 consecutive weekends. The stock market cap is up 30-fold in the past 20 months, but the starting line could be coated in oversold pessimism. Find someone who looks at you the way that AMC Entertainment Holdings CEO Adam Aron looks at the box office receipts. The colorful helmsman of the country's leading multiplex operator woke up with cheerleader pom-poms on Monday, tweeting that domestic ticket sales for the industry are coming off their best 14 days tall since last February. There's no way. I'm going to look that up. There's no way Adam Aron put pom-poms on. Come on. Come on. There's no way. I got to see this if it's true, though. I love the imagery that they paint in your head. It's not there. Yeah, there was no Twitter. They got it in my head though. We are approaching pre-pandemic audiences again. The 109.1 million in box office tallies over the weekend for the top 10 films is just 16% behind where it was for the same October weekend in 2019. Softening COVID-19 cases or case counts are helping, but the real catalyst here is that Hollywood is ready to trust the local multiplex again. All 3 weekends in October have had a major new release debut. Venom, No Time to Die, and Halloween Kills, which my wife wants to see, so we'll be seeing that one, I'm sure. Carnage Die Kills. It's the industry that's killing it right now. The cadence matters. When Shang-Chi and the Legend of the Ten Rings set a new Labor Day holiday weekend record last month, it was a bigger headline than the story. Labor Day is historically a sleepy weekend for exhibitors. Studios tend to push out their more promising potential blockbusters earlier into the summer. It was not a good thing to see the film stay on top for all of September. It meant that there wasn't enough fresh content to win patrons back to the silver screen. As joyous as the bar-raising opening weekend may have seemed at first, AMC stock plummeted 19% last month. October finds AMC and other movie theater stocks inching higher, and the healthy slate of gains could keep the upticks coming. AMC stock will be volatile. Oh, I got to tell you guys a story. Yeah. As Rule is saying, I remember when CNBC put out a narrative that everyone is selling AMC and going into crypto, and they put up a graph for crypto, but it wasn't spiking or anything, just flat. And I was like, what? Yeah. So I got to tell you guys a story. So I went to a birthday party this weekend for some family members, not anybody directly in my family, but like extended, well, kind of sort of extended family. But anyways, we went to the movie theater, and they had rented out the movie theater for us to watch it as a family. You know, like all the families got together and watched the movie. And guess where it was at? Any ideas? Yeah, it wasn't at AMC. So, I can't force my extended family to where they make their purchases at. So it is what it is. But anyways, here I am, Mr. AMC guy, right? Walking into Cinemark, and I felt dirty. I felt really dirty, and I felt like really. It just didn't feel right. It was a kids movie. We saw something like it was Adam's Family. That's what it was. I fell asleep through it. But anyways, yeah. So I'm gonna show you guys a post. Let me show you a post here. This is what's gonna really get you laughing. Here it is. This is my truck. This is my truck. If you like that song, AMC, right? It's got AMC written all over it. To the moon. AMC. This thing's parked out in the parking lot of Cinemark. And I come walking out. I'm like, oh god, I gotta go get my truck. So I go get in my truck, and like, of course, I'm like sitting there going like I got to get out of here. But then I didn't know where I was going to next, so I had to look it up on the phone. So I'm sitting there in my truck, going like, God, I hope nobody recognizes me. Just yeah. So it was kind of one of those moments where I was just kind of sitting there going like, geez, no. Sitting in my truck, AMC's, if you like that stonk, AMC, and I'm just sitting there going like, oh god, I'm parked out in front of Cinemark with this thing. Well, I was wearing my mask. But I was still afraid. I was still afraid that I was going to be recognized. So, I know I'm not Trey. I know I don't have like a whole, big party people, but I had this weird feeling that somebody would take a picture of me and then post it up on Reddit somewhere of like, hey, this guy just he's got AMC all over his truck, but he just walked into the movie theater, that kind of thing. I was gonna be like, oh god, please don't have one of those. But yeah, so that thing sat out there for about 2 hours in their parking lot, with that written all over it, and it didn't get keyed or anything like that. So I guess there's a positive lining to this. But yeah, man, that was rough. That was rough. But we went and saw Venom in AMC. So there's this sugar coating to it. We went on Saturday, and I could prove it. I've got it on my investor relation thing on here. In fact, I'm going to show you guys just because I feel like I have to redeem myself. I wonder, does it show your tickets after the fact? Oh, I hope it does. Oh, you know what? Oh, AMC stubs? No. I can't show you guys because they're gone now. Oh, wait, tickets. Oh, here it is. Make sure there's nothing on there. Let's see. I don't know if this is going to focus in on it. Come on, focus. Come on. I don't know if it's going to focus. I don't know how to get these cameras to focus. I think I just have to hold like incredibly still, which I can't do. Venom, Let There Be Carnage. Yeah. It ain't going to focus, but yeah. I've got proof. I can prove it. AMC to the moon. Hmm. Let's see what else. Oh yeah, that was Motley Fool that I got done reading. Let's see what else we got here. Wait, when does Eternals come out? Marvel's Eternals #1 in AMC pre-sales. Wait a minute, is that coming out soon? November 5th. That's still kind of a ways off. Like they're doing pre-sales for that early? I guess maybe they're expecting it to be pretty big. Well, we'll see. I feel like in my opinion, I feel like the Eternals is like the Harry Potter Strange Beasts or whatever that other, it's like the Eternals is the Strange Beast of Harry Potter or whatever that side movie was called. Something Beast. Fantastic Beasts. That's it. The Eternals is the Fantastic Beasts of Harry Potter. That's crazy. I didn't know that. Well, I'm glad you said that, Crazy Pepe, because you know how much I want to see Matrix, and if that means I have to buy tickets a month in advance, then I will. Because I'm a diehard. I actually had a conversation with somebody one time. I don't even remember who it was, but I started off our conversation. I kind of wanted to interview the person, and I started off our conversation, with like a Matrix reference, and kind of told him like why I thought his information was correct, and I asked him if he wanted the red pill or the blue pill, and he said the blue pill, and so I was like, okay, well, have a good one, see you later. I didn't even follow up with it because I was just I thought maybe he just wasn't interested, and then he comes back and he goes, wait, I just looked it up. It was I wanted the red pill, not the blue pill. I was like, nope, sorry, you already said blue. I'm out of here. I did. I don't know. I felt like it just wasn't meant to be if they didn't get the answer right. It's a 50-50 chance, and they got the wrong one. It sounds so weird, right? Why would I do that? I don't know. Diehard fan, I guess. What's that? You want the blue pill? Okay.
That was easy.
Oh man, I can't get enough of that. I love that thing. Yep, Marvel's Eternals. It's gonna be it's gonna be equivalent to Harry Potter's. I already forgot what it's called. Harry Potter's something Beasts, Extraordinary Beasts, or whatever the hell it's called. I don't know. I'm not into that stuff, guys. Mythical creatures and me. Mm, I'm just not really. I'm not down for mythical creatures. I'm really just kind of I guess a fuddy dud when it comes to like dragons and unicorns and I don't know, like mythical creatures. Just kind of turn me. That's why I was kind of thinking like the whole Shang-Chi Legend of the Ten Rings. I thought I was gonna hate that movie, and when it got to the whole ending part of the movie, I kind of honestly really didn't care for it, but um, it was actually a really decent movie. Actually, to be honest with you, I think I liked the Legends of the Ten Rings more than I liked um, Venom. Yeah, I think I did. I feel pulled in a lot of different. I guess my mind's wandering off to other places, and I'm telling you guys, I'm starting you off in the middle of my mind thought process, which is terrible. But let me try to take you down the path I just was thinking of. This weekend, I kind of felt like I was pulled in a lot of different directions with predictions and thoughts and just um, just everything, all the rabbit holes you can possibly find yourself going down in terms of AMC, and I guess I got overwhelmed. I guess at some point, and I felt like it was like kind of judging or not judge. It was I was misjudged or miscalculating what I truly believe. I felt like it was clouding um, how I'm seeing things, and I started to shut down a little bit. It was just kind of like one of those moments where like there's so much noise going on around you, and I don't know if you've ever done this before, but this happens to me because I have the ADD. But if I ever go to like a cafeteria, like say for example, like at a school, right? If I go into a cafeteria and sit down to eat with the kids, the chatter, the constant conversations all over the place puts me into like this trance, and it's like too much input all at once for me, and I can't take it. It's really difficult for me to be in large um, settings of people and take in everything. It's too much input. Need data, need input. Um, yeah, and I just can't absorb it, and so I start to shut down. I kind of go into like a la la land kind of thing, and that's how I felt this weekend. That's how I felt a lot this weekend. I felt like I had so much noise um, outside noise, just trying to pull me in different directions, and I started to shut down a little bit, which is the reason why I didn't get the video done this weekend. I really wanted to get the video done. I had like 3 pieces of homework to get done this weekend, and that was one of them was the video, and I shut down to the point to where I couldn't get the video done. So I think I'm gonna have to start taking um, some active measures to make sure that doesn't happen to me in the future, and just ignore some things, I guess. I don't know. I feel like, but don't you feel like as a rule, don't you feel like they're shoving like too many characters at us now? Like, don't you feel like they're throwing everything in the kitchen sink at us as far as Marvel characters go, and it's like at some point, you know what this is going to lead to. It's going to lead to an ultimate. It's going to be another movie of everybody kind of coming together and having everybody all in one movie where they're fighting everything, right? But I feel like we're being inundated with new characters. And it kind of worries me because at some point, I'm gonna be like, who's that again? Oh, that's right, that's the Ten Rings guy. I know I'm gonna forget. I'm gonna forget it. I'm gonna forget some piece of lore or something in one of these movies, and I'm not gonna understand what's happening. Yeah, true. I mean, like Iron Man's out. There's a lot of characters that are out now that got killed off and whatnot. Um, but yeah, it's starting to become difficult for me to remember who everybody is. It's like Captain Marvel. I felt like when Captain Marvel showed up, I was kind of feeling kind of like I got to that point to where like, okay, I feel like we're kind of getting into the realm of like they're pulling in people that I don't even remember from my childhood. I don't remember Captain Marvel at all from my childhood. And then I thought like, okay, well she's supposed to be something special, so she's pretty important. And then when it came down to her role in the movie, it was so um like she wasn't as power like I felt like they didn't make her out very powerful, like she didn't really do much to help out. you know it's kind of like, oh man, what a fizzle. 11:55, guys. We got about 5 more minutes. We'll do some technical analysis. Oh, you know what? Today, I forgot to tell you guys. Today, I'm gonna make it an objective to try and make sure that I do a shout out, because last Friday I forgot to write down everybody's names and do a shout out to all the new people who are watching. And the reason I do this is because I just want you guys to know who's new, so that when you see them say something, you can say hi. Make them feel like they're part of the group. But I forgot to do it last Friday and the Friday before, so today I'm going to cover that list, and it's going to be long. It's going to be long. So when we do the toast today, I got to remember and do the toast to our new family, the new people who are around here. So because I failed to do that last week. I don't know why. I think I got lost in La La Land or something. But we'll do that today. Try to make up for it. Let's see what we got going on here in our AMC stock. No way. Oh, no way. This is so cool. Who did this? I gotta pull this over so you guys can see this. This is so cool. I've been waiting for this to happen for a while. Apparently this looks real to me. Apparently somebody put up somebody put up an ape in front of the bull and threw a bunch of bananas underneath the bull. No way. That's crazy. That's crazy Pepe right there. You so crazy, Pepe. Dude, that's awesome. That's really cool. I don't know who did this, but I think this is the idea that I had a long time ago, guys. I said we need to, like, everybody was talking about the whole Vegas thing, and like I was like, no, man, if we're gonna get together before this thing's launched off, then we're gonna go down to our state capitals with bananas. Like, go to your local supermarket and like everybody just buy the crap out of a bunch of bananas. Go down to your state capital and just pile those bananas up down there and just put for free, like for free from the apes, and just pile them all up down there on your state capital. That was my idea. Oh man, I love this. I love what they did right here. This is so cool. They put an ape up and then put bananas underneath the bowl. Yes, that's so awesome. I love it. It's like it's like peaceful activism. It's making a statement. I love that. That's posted by I don't know who Yes Baby is, but Paul Allen 66 posted this. They also say Computershare equals MOS. No thanks. But yeah, that's cool. I like that kind of activism. And if, as soon as I posted that on AMC stock, I got downvoted like immediately by people saying like we're not getting together kind of thing, and I was like, I just deleted it because I was like, you know what, if it's that much, if nobody wants to support getting together for something like that to like coordinate putting bananas on their state capital, then fine, I'll just delete it. So I deleted it, but I think it's a good idea. There's no way that we can all expect everybody to show up um, to Washington D.C. or something like that. But there's no reason why you can't travel to your state capital unless you live in like California or like some of these bigger states. But it should be pretty easy. Texas, California, okay, I understand. Alaska, I totally get it. But in some of the states where you have, your capital's not that far away, there's no reason why, people couldn't just drive to the capital of their state and throw a bunch of bananas down. You know what I'm saying? Like, let the homeless come and pick them up because I know they will. Somebody will come by and get those bananas. What is $40 worth of, what's our share price? 42? What does $42 worth of bananas look like? Because I have no idea. But one share worth of bananas for every person who was in on it. Wipe out your supermarkets full of bananas. It would make immediately would make the press. It would be free press. The press would be like, "Are you wondering why your bananas are no longer at your supermarket? Well, they're all down at your state capital." And it's just like, yeah, talk about it. Why is it? Why is it happening? So Matt Kors, I know some of y'all may have seen the video this weekend. Matt Kors did a video. I think his name was it David? It's escaping me right now. Mark. That's what it was. Mark. I had to look it up. Thanks, Delusion. But yeah, it was Matt Kors and Mark, and I actually had a lot of people ask me like, "Did you see the video? Did you see the video?" And I was like, "Yeah, I totally just saw it." and it was really interesting because that's essentially what Mark is saying. He's like saying that we basically, as apes, we need to get lobbyists in on kind of what's going on. To lobby for us in the next elections to try and get kind of like our basically what they need to do is they need to lobby to try and push to see, who got rid of the buy button in January. Because if we can figure that out, then we may basically be able to solve some problems. And that's kind of what he's basically saying. That's the first step to real MOAS. Like if you really want to kind of move towards that area of fixing things, then really what we need to do is we need to figure out how that buy button got removed. And I actually really agree with that. I mean, I really do tend to agree with that, because the number one stoppage was the kill in volume that stopped the MOAS in January. And that was the buy volume taken away. Like when you take away the buy button, that's volume that just disappears. Because all it can happen is sell. That's like half your volume being taken away. Half of it. And that's nasty. That's super, super sketchy and nasty. And then in June, right? Like we didn't have any buy buttons taken away in June, but AMC hit us up with 51.5 million shares in dilution. That was rough. That was super, super rough. But that essentially what those shares hitting the market did was it took away the volume, because then hedge funds were no longer required to loan shares. They just went to the market, bought up those shares, and reduced the on loan amount. And you can see it right in the numbers on Ortex. The June 1st, June 2nd happened, and the on loan amount just goes falls through the floor. And so they were able to close some of that their older failure to delivers and all that kind of stuff, and it was really hurtful, but it killed our volume, and that was the number one thing that caused our squeeze to end in June. So now here we are, and we're kind of like nearing the end of this cycle, and I'm kind of sitting here wondering like what's going to happen this time. Are they going to remove the buy button again? Because that's always possible. And if they do remove the buy button, what are we doing to prevent that? Because that's really the main problem, and we haven't solved it yet. And until we solve it and we prevent it from happening again, it could just happen over and over, indefinitely. So we got to figure something out about what happened there, and see if we can't lock that up from happening again. But yeah, I mean, look what's going on with our volume, guys. Let's do a little technical analysis and take a look at our volume. Speaking of which, right? Let's go through and take a look at everything here. I'm a little behind right now. Let's see if this is still working. All right. Cooking with bacon grease. I really need to remember to reboot my computer every weekend. It made a huge difference. Salty Dog, I agree with you. I really do agree with you. The idea that Fidelity removing the buy button, I don't think it would happen. I mean, they didn't do it back in January, so I don't think they would do it again. But it doesn't really matter if it's just one or two brokerages, and the reason for that is that if it's just one or two brokerages that removes the volume, that's going to be hugely impactful. And let's say that it is, let's say just by some strange odd reason that Fidelity ends up being the one that gets hit this time. A lot of people moved over Fidelity. I'm not saying it is. I'm just saying there's still room to believe that buy buttons could be taken away. And so, consider that. Let's see what we got going here. Dark pools are up 60.93% in the dark pools. BART amount has changed. It's gone from negative 5.6K thousand shares being returned to 864,000 shares. That's going to decrease the estimated current short share interest down to 17.27%. And taking a look at our highest level of volumes, you know, we probably got some people who are caught up here at that $43 range. At 43, it is still the highest level of volume. It was 29.2 an hour ago. It is now at 40.5, which is really high. On the put side of things, the highest level of volume is currently at $42, which is where it was an hour ago, but $40 is getting up there. It was 10.3 thousand contracts an hour ago. It is now 11.8. I'm going to let you guys decide. Wednesday, Thursday, or Friday. Just say a day. Moving on. Let's take you back over to the other screen. You guys decide. Wednesday, Thursday, or Friday. Orders by Fidelity. We are number 3 with 44% bias to 56% sales. We definitely are having some people paper hand away right now. AMC. So we're in 3rd. Crazy Pepe saying Wednesday. Let's see what everybody else says. And I'm not even telling you what it's for until after the vote's in. I got to get the vote first before I tell you what it's for. I do not see GME on the list here. Shares borrowed in the last hour. I already counted those. No new shares borrowed in the last hour. Well, there was about 50,000 shares, so I'll count them. I'll count those 50,000. So we're now at 5.9 million shares borrowed for the day today. Currently, we have 34.1 thousand shares in the money. 34.1 thousand contracts in the money on the calls. 58.9 thousand contracts out of the money on the puts, with 140,000 out of the money option contracts that are in call option contracts that are out of the money. Wow, struggling. Looks like the market is declining. 3,526 decliners to 3,206 advancers. The NASDAQ is up 0.5. Dow Jones is down 0.13, and the S&P 500 is up 0.17. Robinhood is down 0.5452%. Amazon is up 0.55. Cinemark is up 2.09. Doge is up 7.58. GameStop is up 1.74, and we are up 5.57. Starting to make a nice little return back from where we were at earlier. Let's see, 87.37. 7-point spread difference between the inflow and outflow. We're up pretty good considering how much of that spread that there is there. Pretty insane. All right, we were at basically 75 million share average pace for the day today when we were checking this out an hour ago. By looking at it right now, let's see where we're at. We are on pace for 63.24 million. I have a guess between 30 and 50. I think it's still possible we hit 50. I do think it's still possible. It's getting harder to imagine happening, but I think there's still a possibility that we still hit 50. If we do hit 50, that'll be slightly up in volume from Friday, very slightly. Let's see. Taking a look at the 1 hour interval, we are seeing just ever so slightly higher selling pressure than buying pressure. RSI through the roof at 79.26. That's very high. On a 30-minute interval, even buying and selling pressure, RSI high at 73.16. Very, very high, outside the ranges. And a 5-minute interval, we currently have buying pressure starting to exceed selling pressure with an RSI of 58.62. So that's just above average right now. So we could have a very short-term run up here is what it's kind of looking like. I'm kind of seeing a little bit of something like this going on right now. A little something, something. And this actually falls right in line with, you know, if I had to guess where this is going to wind up. Come on. I would guess that we'll probably see something like this. And we'll just see this kind of narrow down here all the way until we close. Although it could be, you know, it could be a little bit tighter. We'll see. We do have falling price with falling volume and a descending wedge. But I'll tell you what though. If I put up a trend channel, where's that pointing to? That's pointing at the top. Which means it'll break out going down. We'll watch that and see what happens. I mean, it could actually, you know, price could drop down here, kind of trend on this side for a little bit, and tend to kind of drop the trend channel. But like I was saying earlier this morning, I tend to feel like whichever side the trend channel points to, it breaks out the other direction. So as of right now, this trend channel is pointing right at the upper edge of this wedge. So that would indicate to me breaking out, going down. Right around my next break. We shall see. I'm going to leave it just like that, and we'll check it out and see how it looks. It's funny. It's funny. You see two touch points here on the middle line, and you see two touch points right here on the middle line. This trend channel is pretty darn accurate. I mean, it has to be. It is showing the trend. That was a dumb statement. Sometimes I'm just not all here, guys. I say things and it's just kind of, no, Casey, please no. Negative attitudes when you draw lines, no. The moon is positioning to the moon. I'm sorry, JP, man. I tell you like it is. You're never going to get anything else out of me. I'm going to tell you how I see it. You know, that's, again, going back to the whole weekend thing. I feel torn reading so much stuff that I read that it's just, I feel like it clouds my opinion. And it's hard. It's hard to continue to do what I do without being jaded by so much data. So much data. There's so much data out there. It kind of looks like this thing, you know, again, see, if it breaks out here, right here, going up, what do? I just end up drawing this further out the other direction. So, I mean, see, look, I'm wrong. I'm wrong here. I'm wrong. And it's okay. I'm okay with it. But, I mean, it hasn't broken out fully yet, but usually you need to see like a big reversal before you start drawing in lines. I didn't wait long enough. You know, I can't be 100% right all the time. You were, JP. You were right. You were right. But see, the thing is about a wedge is you can't. I mean, it's really difficult to. I mean, there's a lot of different factors. You know, this is a falling price with a falling volume, which means that it should break out going up the top. But then again, I wanted to use a trend channel to try and figure out where it was going to go, and trend channel kind of makes it look like it's going to break out going down. I still kind of think that we're going to break out going down here today. I mean, all the other indicators are saying everything's overbought. You know, 1 hour indicator, 30-minute indicator, those are all saying over purchase. Too much buying going on. I would love to see us push past $45 today. Man, I'm telling you, just straight up, I would love to see that, because to me, that puts us outside the danger zone. And kind of pushes us into that zone where like people kind of see it as like an opportunity to buy a last chance buying opportunity. So, you know, take it for what it's worth. If we hit into that range, that's what people are going to be thinking. I just destroyed my back scratcher. Huh. No. You were so good to me. Who was it that said that who did I give the award to for today? I don't remember who it was, and I want to remember. I can't remember. I'm looking to see if I can figure out who it was that said there was something they said today this morning. I was like, it was an amazing moment. I can't find it now. I want to have like some kind of like a cool award system or something, like give out to people for like recognizing something or something like that, like some kind of like awesome find kind of thing. Sorry, I'm obsessing over this. So I poked a hole in the bottom of my back scratcher by just simply sliding the plastic sleeve over the top of it, and it punched a hole right through the backside, and it pushed the material into the backside of the thing. And I'm like obsessing over it. I gotta put it down. I'll never put it down if I just don't put it down. I gotta pick up my poker chips that I keep for shuffling with my fingers instead. I'm a fidget spinner kind of person. I don't know about you guys, but I've got got a dirty habit of needing to shuffle something in my fingers or my hands or something. Oh, what were the date? What's the day you guys decided on? Crazy Pepe said Wednesday. Active Douglas said Thursday. Then Active Douglas said, "Dang, now I want to say Wednesday, but I'll stay at Thursday." Okay, so I only got 2 votes. I got Thursday and Wednesday. Okay. It won't be Friday then. I might take an extended lunch on Wednesday or Thursday. I guess you guys are going to leave me to be the tiebreaker. So I'm going to take an extended lunch on Wednesday or Thursday, and it's going to be, I'll be gone for a while. I don't know how long. I'll be gone for a bit. Why did you want to change your mind, Active Douglas? That's funny to me. You're like, oh, dang, now I want to change it. Wednesday, Wednesday could be. Let me look at the charts again here. Let's see. Today's Monday is the 18th. 19th would be Tuesday. 20th would be Wednesday. Oh yeah. Wednesday is probably a much better day to do what it is I'm thinking about doing. Because that day is probably just going to be a meh kind of day. I definitely want to be here for Thursday. Yeah. It'll be Wednesday. Friday is always a good day for extended lunch. Probably not this Friday. I have a feeling this Friday would probably not be a good day for an extended lunch. Thursday is looking like it would probably be a bad day as well, especially since we've had a couple Thursdays in a row now where we've had very similar patterns happening on Thursdays. So I think Wednesday will probably end up being the right day to choose between Wednesday and Thursday. So you guys might see me just take an extended break during that time on Wednesday. Maybe around like 1. Ooh, I hadn't thought about that either. Yeah, Wednesday. I think I might have to do it around like noon. I might have to like my normal 1:20 will probably have to be like noon, and then I'll just come back at like maybe I'll go from like noon to 2, and then I'll come back for the power hour. Because I think Wednesday is going to be not nearly as exciting as Thursday. Just a hunch. Just a hunch. Guys, I gotta show you this again. This is crazy. This is crazy, Pepe. This is a carbon copy. The blue is carbon copy of the run up in May, late May to June. You can't make this stuff up. You just can't. I think I need to compress it just a tad. It's not perfect, right? And I wouldn't expect it to be. There's no way that it like trades exactly perfectly, but gee whiz. Even with the run up and then coming back down and then dipping back up and then just kind of like that's just crazy. It's crazy Pepe. You know what I think of every time I say crazy Pepe? I think of Crazy Pepper. I think of somebody who's like forcefully like taking peppers, like grinding a pepper and like sniffing it in. That's what I think of. That's Crazy Pepe in my mind. Crazy Pepe. So you know what I'm going to do with this? It's going to be the same thing I always do, right? Pinky in the brain. What are we going to do today, brain? The same thing we always do every day, Pinky. I told my wife about an idea that I had for the show. It actually has to do with Pinky in the brain. And she just kind of looked at me like I was like I needed to go be institutionalized. I thought it was funny. All right, so I just extended it from here to here. Of course, it looks like it's already going to start breaking out again. But I think what I want to do is obviously once I've extended it twice, I always start looking for like a bigger picture pattern that's happening. And I already did that earlier actually before I drew it up the first time, and it's just this ascending parallel channel that we're going up here. It really doesn't matter how I draw, however many wedges I draw, because the wedges don't really tell you which direction they're going to go. As long as it breaks outside this wedge and stays inside this parallel channel, we're still heading in the same general direction. So this is just kind of like this is me trying to get an idea for which way it's going to break, and not really having much luck, but still being inside this bigger channel. Because ultimately, inside this channel, we should break out going down because this is a bearish channel. I just don't know when. I'm kind of guessing tomorrow, but when I throw in something like this in here, and then you look at it, like I just don't know that channel. Let's see if I can draw that same channel here. I'm not really good at this, so let me try and get this down here. Let's see, parallel channels. Where you at, parallel? There we go. Let's do, I think this is it. Wait. Oh, it draws them differently. I don't like that. That's gross. I don't like how, ugh. That's ugly, but according to this, if we were to continue to follow this kind of pattern or trend, we're basically looking at like breaking outside of an ascending parallel trend by like the 19th, which is tomorrow, breaking out upwards on this trend, which should not happen. So yeah, I'm I don't know. I don't even know what to think anymore because it's just really kind of crazy. Let's see what this AMC news is. Why Jim Cramer says AMC Entertainment CEO Adam Aron is pulling off a miracle. Jim Cramer still believes in AMC Entertainment Holding Incorporated stock because of AMC's Entertainment CEO Adam Aron. He said Monday on CNBC's Squawk on the Street. Cramer told CNBC that Aron texted him Monday morning with really encouraging box office numbers that show the company is finally on the rebound back to where they were in February 2020. Domestic box office numbers grossed more than $300 million, he said. The entire month of October has been a very strong month with extraordinary box office numbers, the CNBC host said. And this is a quote. I know this is a meme stock, but the fact is that I continue to believe in Adam Aron, Cramer said. Many shorts say the stock is always overvalued and that it can't be. Many shorts say the stock is way overvalued and it can't be worth what it's trading at. But if the stock price is inaccurate, Cramer asked, why doesn't the stock drop significantly when investors liquidate? The answer is that I think Adam Aron is pulling off a miracle. Squawk on the Street co-host Carl Quintanilla noted that Halloween Kills brought in more than $50 million in North American box office while it was available to stream, which shows that there was strong demand to view the movie in theaters. AMC Entertainment has traded as high as $72.62 and as low as $191 over a 52-week period. Is that right? Was it really this? Was it that low this year? Oh, in a 52-week period. Yep, it sure was. I was thinking it was this year that they were talking about. you like that, Stonk Master? Yeah, I know. I know. That's why I'm saying I don't really know what to believe anymore. I feel like this weekend I fried my brain or something. I'm not sure what happened, but I'm not seeing the patterns. I'm not seeing the patterns the same way. Like everything's different now for me. It's like I smoked weed for the very first time or something. You know, I don't know. I don't know how to explain it. I'm seeing the world differently, and I don't know. I don't really know what to make of it. I want to believe in this. I really do because the pattern's so similar. But you know, at the same time, I guess I just don't want to get too excited because this just should not happen right here. That's an abnormality. You don't trade up an ascending parallel channel for 3-4 days and then all of a sudden break out the top. That's not how this stuff works. This is an outside. This would be, if we did something like this, this is like an outside force. And it just keeps going too. This is I don't know if you guys can see the prices over here, but this has us getting up into the high 80s. But then it settles down, right? It settles down a little bit, and this basically has us. This pattern basically has us going into like the. Oh wait, it goes on. I forgot. I forgot about that part. Yeah, it does go on. I forgot about that. I forgot that I had not drug it all the way over. Anyways, I mean, we'll see what happens, but it's I don't know. I'm tired of looking at it because it bothers me because it looks too realistic, but at the same time very like I don't know. Weird. Remember what I told you, back down to 36 and under soon, dip before rip. Yeah. I know that's what you told me. I mean, I've been seeing so many different things this weekend that it's my mind kind of got, I feel like it got fried. Um, I'm just gonna try to keep calling it like I see it. I'm just gonna keep calling it like I see it, and you know, I'm gonna do the interday trading calls the way I see them, and if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. I don't know. There's nothing negative from this, right? I mean, that's the positive thing. I don't see any negativity in what's happening. Where price is up 5.5% today. You know, the volumes looking like it possibly could finish higher or right about the same amount as it was yesterday or Friday. So there's nothing wrong here, right? I'm just confused.
That was easy.
I don't know. I'm here to provide you guys data, and that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to provide you data like I always do, and you know, take it or leave it. That's my main goal anyways. I just want to be able to provide data for people. So I wanted to like name off like a baseball team or something. So how them or you know, that's football. How them Chargers doing? I don't even know. I used to live in San Diego, so that's why I said Chargers. It's sad. I moved to Texas and I can't even enjoy like one of my favorite teams used to be the Eagles. It also used to be the Washington, which I can't say the other name now apparently because they're not that team anymore. They're just Washington now. And you can't like the Eagles and Washington when you're in Texas because you know everybody here is the Cowboys fan, and like those are like the two teams that they hate the most. Well, I know one of them is the Eagles. They hate the Eagles. I don't know if if the Washington is so hated, but it's difficult to live in a state where everybody likes a team that's opposing to the team that you grew up liking. It's really frustrating. Oh, JP said check out the volume 2 minutes ago. Oh yeah. Yeah, that was several minutes ago. What's up with that? 553,000 at 1330. Let's check that out. I want to see it. I want to see if it's real. Let's get this in here. Come on. There we go. 1330. All right, so I'm going to go back to the full minute. And we're going to look for the orders. Here's a 5,000 order. Here's a 5,000 share order that kind of stands out here. But that's nowhere in the range that that we're talking about. There's another 5,000 order. There's no way this adds up to 500,000 shares. Just no way. Yeah, I just went through the entire minute. And there's nothing there that would make me think that there's... Yeah, something happened here. this is the other part that I love about it is look at the amount of volume, right? 553,000 shares traded, and look at the candlestick, right? What's up with that? What is going on? Yeah, good shout out there, JP. My guess is that's probably a misreporting, but the only way you can verify that is by checking like another source for volume. So let me see what I got here. 1 minute. What was that? 1330? Let me make sure. Yep, 1330. So just to show you what I'm talking about here as far as misreporting goes, here's this, all right? If I pull over TradingView and I check TradingView out, if you zoom in on that same timestamp, 1330 is right here, and it's obviously not the same amount of volume. So yeah, it's some kind of misreporting, especially since you can't find it in the time and sales stamp over here. When I went through and looked through the minute by minute, there was nothing in there that showed that. So whether it's misreporting or hidden shares, I have no idea. What's the pattern I'm missing? What is going on? I'm spinning my wheels. What's our borrowed amount up to? Oh, guys, look at that. Borrow change, negative 2.99. Oh, man. Guys, the rip. I can feel it already. The rip. Oh. 2.99. Yes. The only problem is I don't like the fact that I'm seeing its returns, but you know what? We'll take it. 2.99 is not bad. So I had this theory a long time ago. Let's go down. What do they call that? Let's go down to Alice in Wonderland. Let's go to Wonderland. That's it. Let's go to Wonderland for a minute here, and I want you to guys kind of theorize or hypothesize with me for a second. What would happen? And this is just theoretical, but what would happen if, let's just say for a second that everybody decided to sell 10% of their shares right now? What would happen to the hedge funds? Like, what would they be enticed to try and buy those shares? And if they bought those shares, would they be buying them with the price going up? Like, would we be increasing our price as they bought going up? Or would it be a sell? Would we be selling and then they would be buying and trying to drive the price down? What would that look like in your mind? Would it look like the price go driving up as we sell shares and they're trying to suck them in as fast as they possibly can because they need the shares to cover, or what? Like what would that look like? So if we do indeed have, now, after you think about that and kind of imagine for a second, I kind of envision it as, people selling shares, they need the shares, so they go out and they rush to buy them as fast as they can. So it ends up increasing the price. Well, if we actually have paper hands right now at like that $40 to $45 range, which it does appear to be happening because Fidelity already says that we have more sell orders than we have buy orders. So if there is indeed groups of people who are selling shares right now between 40 and 45 bucks, that could artificially spark buying pressure from the hedge funds to try and suck up those shares as fast as possible because they need them. They need those shares to get them off the books. So you end up having kind of this price influx or fluctuation of price going up. So I've always kind of theorized and wondered about that, if that was the case. But I don't know for a fact. I've always kind of wondered what would be the opposite of a short ladder attack? Because I figure that there always must be a yin and a yang, right, to almost everything, right? And so if there's a such thing as a short ladder attack where they come in and they drive the price down, what would be the opposite of driving the price down? Would it be people coming back and selling shares and then raising their prices as the price moves up, right? Like if they're not panic selling, but they're just selling and they keep raising their price as they sell higher and higher and higher, and it builds up higher, it'd be the opposite of a short ladder attack. But I've never, I'm certainly not recommending that you guys sell your shares. That is not what I'm saying. This is Wonderland. We're simply in Wonderland trying to hypothesize and theorize about, like what would be the opposite effect of a short ladder attack, and what would it look like? So if indeed people are selling off shares right now, that could be what you're seeing. And if they only sold off like a million or 1 or 2 million shares, which I feel like they have done, I think there's plenty of room when you look at the Ortex and you see that they've dropped from 115 million in loans down to 112. How did they do that? Well, typically in order to cover loans, they have to buy more loans. But the only way that the loan amount goes down is if they find shares to cover some of their existing loans. So, that's got to be people selling shares. So here we go, breaking out at the top again. Well before it's supposed to. You know what's harder to see sometimes? Inverted head and shoulders. Inverted head and shoulders are oftentimes very difficult to see. Yeah, I don't think that this one applies. The problem with this inverted head and shoulders is that the trailing shoulder should be higher and it's lower. I think it is. Yeah, it is. Not by much. Got about 7 more minutes before we do a little TA. Come on, borrow change, 3%. Yeah, I know. I want to see it too, because I mean, typically speaking, whenever that happens, you start seeing big candlesticks start popping up in the green, and it doesn't matter. It's the strangest thing to me. I don't understand the concept behind it, but when it's 3 million positive or 3 million, borrowed versus 3 million returned, and it still results in the same thing happening, it makes no sense to me. Did I see there's a statue that? Yeah, I posted it up here earlier, dude. It's so cool. It's so cool. That's what I totally wanted our community to do a long time ago. Make statements with bananas. Go to your supermarket, like everybody on like some day. Everybody go to your supermarket and buy like $40 worth, a share worth of bananas, and everybody go to their state capital and just dump them all in the state capital with a statue of an ape or something like that, and like make a statement. That's the kind of thing we need to be doing, because it's like it's really it's a pacifist way of protesting, right? And it's going to make the news. That stuff's going to make the news, and it's going to make people are going to see that. They're going to be like, "What's this all about?" And then they're going to start going like, "Oh man, yeah, screw Wall Street," and they're going to want to be in on that kind of stuff. That's how you get what was the V is for Vendetta, right? Like, how did he get people stirred up into doing what it is that he wanted to do? And he got people stirred up. He showed people the criminal activities. Great movie, by the way. V is for Vendetta. One of my favorite, well, not one of my favorites. It's in my top 10 list. It's definitely in my top 10 list. Matrix is I think probably number one. Cesar Morales asking the question that we all have: what are the chances of AMC surpassing Bitcoin? All right. So back in March, I went and I kind of did some rough calculations, trying to figure out like how high we could actually go, because a lot of people were talking about DTCC's clearinghouses and how much money that the clearinghouses had. And I started calculating everything out. I kind of based it off of some of the numbers Adam Aaron was providing, like 4.1 million investors, and I kind of also based it on like how many average shares I thought that were out there, and at that time, which I think is actually greater now. And I came up with a number, and the number was like it was under $150,000 a share. But then I started realizing that there was a little bit of a problem with that, and the problem is that you have and by the way, I used more than just the 7 trillion or whatever it was that they have for the insurance money, but I also used like so I kind of went through and calculated out like how much money the long positions or the hedge funds had in long positions, and calculated it all in there. It was a massive number, but what you have to remember is that there's a bunch of meme stocks, right? And when AMC cooks off, just like when GME cooked off, a bunch of other meme stocks all went with it, right? And some of those other stocks are going to get margin calls as well. And so you have to understand that this is not just AMC that's going to be having margin calls. There's going to be other companies as well, like GME. And I don't even want to name all of them, but there are other stocks out there that are going to squeeze as well. And it was a joke. Oh, sorry. I actually did a lot of work back in March on this. Thanks a lot for making me carry on forever about it. but I guess the short of the story is that $150,000 per share was too high. It was way too high, because you have to consider there's so many other stocks out there that have to have covered. They have to be covered for as well. And if we put, I don't even know if we can, but if we put Citadel out of business, there's going to be a lot of covering that's going to need to go on. And there might be other companies that pick up their short positions, and I think our government's going to probably let them do that. And so I don't know. You know, do I think 10,000 shares possible? Sure, absolutely. Do I think 100,000 shares possible? It's kind of a far-fetched idea in my mind, but you know, it's you know, there's reason to believe that it could get there. There's definitely reason to believe it could get there, but you know, I'm not going to be greedy. I'm going to stick to my plan, which is not trade on anything having to do with what other people are doing. It's going to have to do with volume and day-over-day dips, right? And so I'm not going to get greedy. I'm going to stick to my plan, and you know, I think I can find, you know, within 20% of the top on the backside. So. Salty Dog said, I think AMC should print buy AMC stock on every drink cup and popcorn container at every theater. Oh, guys, I forgot about this. Thanks for reminding me. You just reminded me, Salty Dog. You totally reminded me of this. So when I went to AMC theater this weekend to watch Venom, my wife and I went to go get drinks at the bar, right? And we walk up there, and I go to pay, and the guy goes like, he just rattles off, you know, when it pops up with the green and red button, just hit the red button and hit OK. And I'm like, well, how do we leave a tip? And he's like, well, my manager says that we can't take electronic tips. We can only take cash tips. And I'm like, seriously? Like, what's up with? I said, don't worry about it, man. I got you covered. I'm gonna tweet Adam Aaron. We're gonna get this resolved. And I said, how am I gonna give you a $40 tip so you can buy AMC stock if Adam Aaron's not gonna let me do it electronically? So, having said this, today when I go on my next break in 20 minutes from now, I am gonna be tweeting Adam Aaron and say, Adam Aaron, and I guarantee you, I promise you I'm doing this. I'm going to say, Adam Aaron, what's up with not letting your bartenders take an electronic tip? Because it's just the tip. You know what I mean? Like, let your employees take tips for electronically. I don't know. Maybe there's some kind of drinking law or something that prevents it, but maybe they can't serve if they get electronic tips. I don't know, but it seemed really ridiculous, and I was like, come on, that's ridiculous. Restonkulous. All right, guys, let's get into the stats. You know, we all want to see them on the hour, every hour. I was really upset by that. Honestly, I really was upset by that. My wife had to go pawn $5 off of one of the kids to give him a cash tip, because we don't carry cash. And I'm like, that's just how do you give a guy a tip? Everybody does stuff electronically. You're sitting there. I mean, they're doing Bitcoin and Doge as, you know, methods of payment now. Like, there's no reason why we shouldn't be able to give them electronic tips. It's just the tip. You know what I'm saying? It's just the tip. All right. Oh man, look at the dark pool percentage jumping up of almost a full percent there, 61.46%. Traded in the dark pools. That is going to show up at about 65 or 66% on Stocko Tracker tomorrow. Oh, the borrowed change went down. It doesn't want to hit that number, that 3 number. 3 is like critical. So close, and yet so far away. So borrowed amount has changed from 864,000 shares returned to negative 2.44 in the last hour. It was so close to hitting 3, guys. So close. Estimated current short share interest of the free float is going to be lowered to 17.02%. And options wise, $43 is still the highest strike price for the calls. It's gone up from 40.5 thousand contracts to 44.8, so it's slowing down. Some people may have gotten a little nervous, which is understandable. On the put side of things, it's moved down. Oh no, it's still $42, but it's really getting close to being 43 here real soon. Really, really close. It's about 500 contracts difference right now. It went from 11.8 to 12.7. 1, 2, 3. Yep, that's definitely. It's getting close to almost a 4-to-1 ratio in volume. Almost. It's getting there. 3-to-1 for sure. Taking you to the main page. Orders by Fidelity customers. We are in third with 43% buys to 57% sales. Come on, Jamie, get on this list. It doesn't appear so. No GME. I love you, GME, but I don't know what you're doing. Let's see, in the last hour, no new borrowed shares. I need to ask you guys a question, and I'll ask it before I go to break here. But let me finish up what I'm doing. Remind me, if I forget, remind me to ask you a question. Robinhood, let's look at the markets. Markets currently showing more selling pressure than buying pressures, 3,789 decliners to 2,981 advancers. The NASDAQ is up 0.65%. The Dow Jones is down 0.16%. And the S&P 500 is up 0.19. The Robinhood is down 0.73%. Amazon is up 0.87. Cinemark is up 2.03, 6.32 for Doge, 1.77 for GME, and 5.51 for AMC. We have currently, I gotta move this back, 19. We have a 4-point spread, which has dropped. 4-point spread between inflow and outflow. Current volume is at 40.3. We are on pace for 57.16 million shares traded for the day today. It's going to get really close. I think my prediction is going to be wrong. I said 30 to 50 million. I think we're going to be about 51, maybe 52 million, somewhere around there. We'll see. It's going to be close. It's going to be really, really close. I'd rather be on the low side than the high side on missing, so not bad. On a 1-hour interval, it's currently looking like more buying pressure for sure. With 77.07 RSI, which is amazingly high, but yet still more buying pressure. On a 30-minute interval, we have just slightly more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI at 68.13, which is just almost at the threshold limit of 70. On a 5-minute interval, we have pretty close to the same amount of buying and selling pressure, RSI down to 49.98, which takes us to our current trend, which is just slightly going down right now. We are having a little bit of a drop in price, but we seem to be supporting this 42.74 pretty well for most of the day today. But we aren't kind of in a wedge pattern. So, what was I going to say? I was going to ask you guys a question. Oh, yeah. I know what I was going to say. I need you guys right now, if you have the ability to, if you had questions about dark pools, what they are, how they work, anything having to do with dark pools whatsoever, please put that in the comment section right now. I have a possible interview coming up that would stem around somebody who probably has a lot of really good knowledge about dark pools and can maybe answer some of your questions that you may have. So if you have questions for dark pools, please put them in the comments so I can go back and I can put them in there and I can actually have the questions. Now, I always do my interviews live. I can't promise you this one will be live, but I usually do my interviews live. So if you don't get your question out now, you could always ask the question maybe later. I know one of my questions already is going to be, like right off the bat, I would be like, so, I always look at on the second page here where it says exchange dark pools right here next to my finger, and that's chartexchange.com, and it shows the dark pool percentages listed there. But then when Stonko Tracker reports it the next day, it's usually off by like 4 or 5%. So what I'm assuming is One of these other indicators that are listed in here, one of these other exchanges is also a dark pool and not listed as a dark pool. Like perhaps maybe Stonko Tracker reports that plus the dark pools, and that's why the percentages are off. So, I have a question about that. I want to know why is it that I'm seeing changes, and if you pee in the dark pool, does it come out different color? Yeah, I mean, sure, why not? Maybe we'll throw that as a gag question. But yeah, if you do have questions about the dark pools, maybe we can get them answered, and that would be cool. So I'm going to continue to work on that interview. No promises, as usual. Like I tell you guys sometimes a little bit before I actually have it all lined up and squared away. So it always has the chance of falling through. Much similar to the Charles Schwab interview that I was supposed to have. That seems to have fallen through. I haven't gotten any word back on that. Charles Schwab, for some reason or another, found out, I think they found out what it was that I was involved in as far as AMC goes, and probably backed out of it. However, which actually speaks loudly to me. Like if you don't want my business until after I'm a millionaire, then go F yourself. If you're willing to work with me before I'm a millionaire, because I think I'm going to be a millionaire, then yeah, let's talk. Let's talk and let's have some serious conversations, and let's see if we can have a business relationship together. But I think once they were willing to entertain me until the fact that they found out of what it was that I'm involved in, and I think that's pretty much when it ended. So yeah, so they probably won't be getting my business. However, they do have a good program. They really do have a good program. I liked everything about it. I just didn't like how, just because I'm an AMC holder doesn't mean that I'm a nobody. I don't know. If I had a legit business, and I knew that there was somebody who was a potential millionaire, I would give them some of my time. But whatever. So I'm still on the hunt for a financial consultant who can talk to me, and also a tax advisor as well, CPA. And let's see, I'm going to go to break here in about 8 minutes. Let's see if I can get an idea on where we're heading here. AMC is falling. How much do I think it'll fall today? I don't know that I would say, like, I'll just pull this back up over here and just show it to you. Because it's pretty crazy how very similar this is looking. It's falling right now, but look where it's supposed to go. Let me just line these back up here a little. So I don't quite have it lined up. One second. I think you can kind of get like kind of a picture, an idea of what it is that I think that we're going to be trending like here. And you can see that in this pattern, the price comes down, goes back up, and it does kind of like a little bit of a sideways action here for most of it. So if you draw this out here, if I try to line it up the best that I can to that, it looks a little something like this. And our end of our day is what, 1600 right here, which would be pretty much like average right around closing around like $43 for the day today is what this is saying, right? But I don't know if I hold much stock to this, so no pun intended. But we'll see what happens. Let's see if this pattern continues to form. This is what you're seeing in blue right here is our run up in late May. This is our late May pattern, and I'm just basically overlaying it on top of what we're currently doing. it's like a dead ringer. But we'll see. We'll see if this is what holds. But yeah, I would expect. And by the way, the reason that the patterns weren't matched up is because I changed the time frame. I had this at a 15-minute interval earlier, and I had to shrink it down so it matched the right interval. So now that I change this again, I would have to change the size of the pattern. Right, like that. And then in this case here, it has us ending right here at about 43-ish, basically $43. So yeah, I think it's just doing what it's supposed to do. It's trippy to me. Trippy. Tripping, fool. We're all tripping. Drama. I gotta give my bartender a tip. Just the tip. Yeah, so consolidation basically is what we're seeing happening right now. Sandy, I think we've got some consolidation between 42.74 and 43.39. Oh, the pattern? The pattern was from well, I'll show you. I'll take you back to it. Not a problem. So the pattern is from this spot right here. Right here. And I just copied this little, I'm going to call it like a crescent shape right here. I copied this crescent shape and I went forward with it to about, I think I went to about kind of like the mid-range price of the spike price of the spike, so somewhere around like the $55 range. So I just copied that entire section and then transferred it over to where we're at now, and that pattern is like the half crescent shaped moon. I don't even know what to call this. I don't know what you want to call this. The dip, the cup, the whatever you want to call it. The yeah, I don't know what you want to call it. But anyways, that I think we're kind of really mashing up well to it. So anyways, that's kind of where we're at, and today ends. If I drag this over the top of it the best I possibly can, today ends at somewhere around 1600, which would be right around here, which kind of has us. I'm looking at the bottom of it, trying to guesstimate the worst case scenario. It's like $43 basically. Right, and then this would be the after-hour trading period right here, and then moving into tomorrow morning. Do you even want to see where I have to go with this? I don't claim that this is going to be the case. I'm not trying to claim that. I really think that there's some compression and expansion that happens in here, and so tomorrow could actually be like this. Like what we could see is just this small portion of the pattern tomorrow, where price goes from ending at $43 today and then actually decreasing, and it's just tomorrow it just happens to be just this little portion of the pattern. So it's really difficult for me to say because of some of the compression that we see in here. But when I saw this dip right here, I was like, "Yep, I know exactly where we're at on the pattern from last May." What was the date? I don't even remember what the date was. Let's go back and look at it. The date was the May 21st. May 21st, and the run up on it, the run up on that pattern is actually May 24th, which is what we're experiencing today. So, anyways, I really don't want you guys to think that I'm trying to sit here and tell you that this is exactly what we're going to do. We're definitely going to retrace this thing. I don't want you thinking that. That is not what I'm saying. Please do not take me wrong. But you know, it's very striking to me, and how crazy, how similar the pattern's repeating itself. It is pretty nutty. I don't want to be a predictor. That's not what I'm trying to do here. You know, I'm not trying to overexcite you either, because you know, that's not my intentions. My intentions are to try and tell you how I see it, and I'm seeing patterns, but I don't know if that's gonna, you know, I don't know if it's gonna be a little tiny bit of portion of that pattern happening tomorrow, or if it's gonna be a bigger portion. I honestly don't know. I really just don't. But you know what time it is? It's time for me to go to break, and you know what happens when I go to break. So let's get this going. We're gonna throw in a little Gazer Beam Gary over here to watch out for us. Good morning, Chris. How's it going, man? Good to see you. I know, Duncan. I'm 100% with you on that. It is super, super eerie. Gazer Beam. See, Chris has missed out. He doesn't know what's happening. He doesn't know what Gazer Beam Gary is. Good old SEC chairman, Gazer Beam Gary. Chris, you've been missing out. He comes over onto the show here, and usually, you know, I have him join the show. Good old Gazer Beam Gary likes to watch the price manipulation that happens while I'm on break, and so that's what he does. He joins the show, and you know, it's easy. It's easy.
That was easy.
To get good old Gazer Beam Gary over here to help watch the price and the price manipulation. You have missed out. You've been missing out. We've been having a good old time with old Gazer Beam Gary over here. He's quite the show. I'll tell you what. So with that, guys, I will see you guys back here at 2 o'clock. Don't forget, we'll be toasting to all the new people to the channel. When you see the names, say hi to them, because they're new. And I'm going to try to, it's going to be 2 weeks worth of people that I have to put down onto a list, and that could be pretty extensive, but I'm going to read them all, and we'll give a toast to all those people who are new, and you guys can say hi and be like, wow, I didn't realize you were new. And then they'll be like, no, I just never, you know, whatever. You feel like, I forgot, you know, or like, okay, hi, new person. Like Crazy Pepe is like, I'm not new. But anyways, Gazer Beam Gary over here. He's gonna watch this price manipulation going on, and enjoy. See you guys in a bit. Alrighty, guys, I'm back, and we have a very special toast. We've got new people on the channel, and I'm going to take a minute to just kind of read out some names here, and that way we can kind of recognize who's new and who's not new. I went ahead and popped off the top here, but I'm gonna go ahead and shout these names out first. This is a toast to all the new people in the family. If you see them, type in, say hi, make them feel welcome, because I think what this community is all about, right? We're helping each other here. So big shout out, big toast to new subscribers. It's Ivan, sorry, Octavian, James W Yingling, FREEus, Paul, Cristea, Mankipoika. I'm terrible at this. Mankipoika, TheKogoST, and then this one I can't even read. I'm just going to copy and paste this and say, welcome to the channel, because I have no idea what that says. Dell, autobahnfahrerin, MrAllerus, Marco, Bosenius, Zach Freelancer, Video Trends, Georg Kempen, Silent Streamer, Paradox Gaming, Jaimeeshealinghand, reuter or reuter, I'm not sure which, but Lex Ander, NJfishkiller, and Freddro Sk. Welcome to the channel. Maybe you found a home, maybe you haven't found a home, but I plan to make this a fun place to hang out. That's my hopes, because I have to be here, so it's gonna be fun.
That was easy.
Toast. Cheers to you all. How did good old Gary Gensler, do for me while I was gone here, guys? Did he take care of business, or? Oh yeah, it looks like he kept it right in line there, didn't he? Didn't let it burst out when it tried to that first time. Well, you know how it is. Let's just run a trend analysis on this real quick, on this trend channel here, and see what we're kind of coming up with. Oh man, it's looking like it's pointing towards the bottom side of the wedge, which typically means it's going to break out going up, but I can't assuredly say that. Volume is, I don't know. It's hard to say. It's really hard to say with this one, guys. I'd love to be able to predict it, but I just don't know. It's a wedge, and those are hard to predict. Typically speaking, when I see the line hitting the side that, whichever side of the wedge it hits, it typically breaks out the opposite direction. So I want to say it's going to go up, but can't say for certain. Let's see. I log back in just to scream cup and handle, says JP. Where? Maybe he's looking at a 30-minute. I was looking for that earlier. But, oh, you know what? I think there was a big cup and handle. Yeah, I think this is what he's talking about right here. So, cup up to $52. And then, of course, if the handle comes back down, it would come down to probably around like $46 or so. And then, you could see a nice launch from there. Yeah, cup and handle. If that works out, we would go up to about $52, kind of retrace back a little bit to maybe like 46, 47. And then it would be, let's see, 36 to 52. What's that? $16. It would probably be $16 above the rip at 52. So 16 plus 52. 68. Oh, bottom left corner, my Twitter is at ColdSteelBop. And that's ColdSteel. B is in boy. O is in, I'm going to get this wrong again. O is in Omega. P is in Paul. I know I'm getting that wrong. What's O again, Duncan? I completely forget. I forget every single time. I always forget what it is. O is October. October, and P is I can't remember. Paul? No, it's something different. I always forget what they are. Anyways, um, let's see how we play out this day. What happened to my? Oh yeah, here they go. Oh, cool, Songmaster. Oscar. Oscar and Papa. I don't know why I forget those. Hey, it's no problem. I actually get that quite a bit with the whole not noticing the stuff at the bottom of the page there. And I used to have it in white lettering, and I thought, you know what, it's just not, nobody's seeing it, so I'm going to put it in red. So I mashed it up to the red in the, I actually mashed it to the red that's in the AMKC, and I still don't think you guys can see it. So I needed to do something to try and make it stand out a little bit better or pop or something. I don't know what, but I'm kind of starting to think that maybe it's the black background in the bottom, you know, that maybe if I change the backdrop to it, it'll pop a little better. Well, yeah. Not a problem, mate. You're not the only one, buddy. A lot of people's not seen it, so. And it's surprising, you know. Not a whole lot of people contact me, so it's really I you know find that it's easier to reach out and you know get back in touch with people than I would you know. It's not that bad, not that bad. So I like it. This one really is going to cook down right down to the final minute here, isn't it? You know, just to kind of throw this back up there again. Oh, technical analysis. I'm sorry, my bad. Let's put you guys back on the other page. Blind the crap out of you. Sorry. There we go. Fix that. Let's change. But yeah, seriously, guys, if you guys see any of those names, say hi. Alrighty, let's take a look, shall we? Dark pools. Okay, that went down a little bit. It's at 60.84. It was at 61 something earlier. Looks like I got to log back in here. So that's going to be about 64, 65-ish on Stonko Tracker for tomorrow when it hits. Moving on down, borrow change. So it's now showing it's now showing negative 2.44 million shares returned. Meaning they've returned 2.44 million shares. Let's refresh this. That hasn't changed in the last hour, surprisingly. That's actually really surprising. So that's going to keep the estimated current short share interest of the free float at 17.02. The highest level of volume for strikes, call strike options is at 43. That is where it was an hour ago, and it was 44.8 thousand contracts. It is now 49.8. So it eked up just a little bit. Kind of slowed down. I think people kind of got wise maybe a little bit and thought like, yeah, maybe I should hold off on options. Hopefully. Puts a $42 strike price. That has changed. That has flopped from 42 to 43. So the strike for both the calls and the puts is equal, and the amount of shares that are contracts that are there for that is 15.4 thousand. So let's see, what does that equate to? Uh, 3.2 ratio. Going back to the main screen here, we got good old Gazer Beam Gary over here. He's going to hide out. AMC trading top 3, according to Fidelity, with 42% buys to 58% sales. And I don't see GME on the list. Stonko Tracker currently telling us that no new shares have been borrowed, leaving us with a total of 5.9 million shares borrowed for the day-to-day. Can almost guarantee you most of those were probably used to keep the price down. Decliners, 3,741. The market's declining over advancing, which is 3,057 advancers. NASDAQ is up 0.78. The Dow Jones is down 0.15, and the S&P 500 is up 0.3. Robinhood is down 1.34%. Amazon is up 1.09. Cinemark 1.88. Doge 5.52. GME 1.7, and we are up 5.8-ish, roughly. Looking at inflow versus outflow, we currently have a 13-point spread for that 5.5, 5.6. Volume is definitely gonna beat out yesterday or Friday rather. 45.6 divided by 300 and actually I got to do it backwards because I can't do that math. Minus 343. Looks like we're going to be about right around closing around 51.5 million shares traded for the day today. So it's we're definitely going to break Friday's numbers. And I know that volume is supposed to be day over day lower, kind of in this period of time. However, what I do want to say is that, the volume for the bang was at 67 million. So we didn't even come close to breaking the 67 million. The fact that it's slightly higher than the volume from last Friday, it's not that much. It's really not. So yeah, I think that this definitely falls within the parameters. Ooh. Time to come back from break. Okay, see, now this thing's going to try and prove me wrong and break out going down the downside here, it looks like. Of course, this is the last 15 minutes that they usually run, 15 to 30 minutes that they run the price down for. So you can expect some manipulation coming this way. So this doesn't really surprise me a whole heck of a lot. No, Monty, I don't believe so. I think 43 might be your goal. Price predictions for the day today. I can give you those. Because I got hit up with Adam. Adam hit me up with a price prediction earlier. Okay, I was 40.75 to 43.75. Eric was 39.50 to 42.50. Adam was 41 to 44, and Duncan was 39.8 to 42.8. So it's going to be really, really close. pretty certain I'll be getting a point. Pretty certain that Adam will be getting a point. I think the only person well, Eric and Duncan are questionable. They're question marks. As Rule asking, do I think GME is going to pop the same time as AMC? I know most of them don't believe AMC will ever pop. I think what you're going to see is I think you're going to actually see the reversal of what you saw in January. I really think that everything that happened in January pretty much reset everything for GME. And because the price has been so doggone high ever since then, that everybody who's holding shares, sorry, excuse me a second. Everybody who's holding shares in GME, they've been bag holders. They really have. This time it's going to be AMC that's going to be squeezing because nothing was ever covered. I know shares were sold. I know for a fact shares were sold on GME. I know some shares may have been sold on AMC, but it never really spiked. It got up to like 14, 17 bucks or something like that and went back down, and everybody just kept on buying. And then everybody started doubling down, and it just, like we never really had a squeeze out of AMC. And so I think AMC is going to squeeze, and I think what you're going to see is you're going to see a knee-jerk reaction to this, something very similar to what happened to AMC will happen to GME as we start moving into exceptionally high numbers, and the margins become more narrower for some of the stocks that have short positions on GME. They'll start to be margin called. Some of the bottom fish barrel guys, right? So it just depends on how high we go. Will make a difference on how high they move. So, but in all honesty, I really think that anybody who's holding GME is bag holding. They've got a bunch of bag holders over there, and I bad back. Sorry, man. I had 2 shares. I had 2 shares of GME as well, and I think that GME's squeeze is squoze. And unfortunately, there were so many people who sold off shares when GME popped off up into those high ranges that it doesn't have market manipulation. All right, so let's look at market manipulation. Right, this is a good way to look at things. Let's go over here and just see what their market manipulation looks like. Look at their average volume. Average volume for the last 3 months is 2.84 million shares, right? Figure out what percentage that is of the free float. I'll go ahead and do it right now. Let's just check it out. We got free float at 62.66. Divide that by the average volume, 2.84. Oops. I did that backwards. Wait, what did I do wrong? Sorry, I did that backwards. I do this all the time. 2.84 divided by 62.66. Okay, so they trade approximately 4.5% of their daily float per day on average over the last 3 months. That's high, but let's compare it to something like Cinemark real quickly, right? Cinemark, if you come over to Cinemark and you look at it and you take the same numbers, their 52, their 3 month average is 4.23. Divide that by the total amount of shares that are available in the free float, which is 106.17. They trade 3.9%. 3.9% is essentially 4%. I mean, it's really close. It's really close to 4%. Cinemark is almost has as much hedging against their stocks as GME does. That's how bad the hedging is against GME, right? It's not as bad as you would think. It's low, 4 point, 4 point whatever. I mean, it's high, but it's not crazy high. Now you come over to AMC and you look at AMC's, and you come in here and you take 72.6, or sorry, 75.19, divide that by 511.65, and you get 14.69 or 14.7. So we have 3 times the amount of synthetic shorting against our stock than GME or Cinemark. You can combine the amount of synthetic shares that Cinemark and GME has together, and they only come up to like half of what it is that we have as far as synthetics go. Right? It's not even close. It's not even close. So I'm just telling you right now that that GME, sure, GME is going to go up in price, but they're not going to squeeze like you're going to see AMC squeeze, because AMC's got a lot more market manipulation going on in the background, and you can just simply take the 3-month average volume and divide it by your total free float, and that will tell you exactly how much market manipulation there is. So, take it for what it's worth. As an example, though, and I do believe that Cinemark is definitely shorted. If you take a look at Amazon and you come into Amazon, you want to see what a company should look like, right? You come in here and you go average volume is 3.06, right? 3.06. You divide that by their free float of 438.48, 437.48. And you get 0.0, you get 0.6, 0.7. It's basically 0.7% of their stock is shorted. Like that's like, it's ridiculous. Like, it's ridiculously small. Like, how much of their stock is traded on a daily basis. Like, it's just their free float. They're not shorted. They're just really not shorted. Otherwise, it would be, you would see much larger numbers in the 4% like you're seeing on Cinemark and GME. But then you have outrageous numbers like, I don't know, take any stock really and just go and look at it and compare those numbers, and you'll see what it is that I'm talking about. It makes a big difference, knowing how much manipulation that there is. I see what you're writing, Backpack. I'm not trying to create a division. I'm really not. I was originally a GME Ape. It's not financial advice. I'm just telling you that GME doesn't have the parameters. Like, go back to when it was a long time ago, right? Like, back in January, go back and look at those numbers back then and do the same math that I'm talking about, and you'll see the difference. There's a drastic difference. Now, what kind of things have happened to GME since that has kind of altered everything, right? Well, first off, you had a whole bunch of people selling shares in January. Second off, you had share dilution since then. So all those kind of things kind of stack up against the long positions, and you have to take that into account, because that share dilution it's hurt AMC just as much as it hurt GME. So you have to consider that those are factors in how much manipulation that there is behind the scenes. And a real quick, easy way of just doing the math is just simply taking the total average daily volume over the last 3 months and dividing it by your free float, and it shows you how much liquidity is having to be created to keep the machine running, to keep the shorting machine running. And there's something going on. There's only 2 reasons for having a really high volume to free float ratio. One is the company's failing and everybody's selling their shares left and right. Or two, you have a lot of synthetic shares being created on the side to create liquidity so that the shorting process can continue down the road. Sure. SNDL, sure. 100%. Just go up here. Okay, so they've traded average volume at 81.78. And their total outstanding free float is currently at, whoa, that's a lot of shares. Their float is 2.05 billion shares. So this is going to take my I don't know if my calculator can do this. Let's see. 2 divided by 205 0 0. Let's see. That's, there we go. I got it. Okay. That number comes out to, let's see if I can turn this into a scientific calculator. Let me try this again and get rid of that junk there. Let me try that again. 381.78 was 2.05, right? Yeah, 2.05. E to the negative 8. Hold on a second. You're making me math, and it's been a long time since I've done this stuff. I gotta remember which way to move the decimal for negative 8, e to the negative 8. I think you move that. I think that's really, 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 really super low, if I'm not mistaken. .98. I can probably do it on Excel. Percentage. Yeah, that's like a super low number. It's like so low that it's not even like it's. Let me see here. Format cell. How many decimal places? I think I have to go like 8 decimal places. Yeah, it's pretty much what it is. Yeah, that stock is like extremely not shorted whatsoever. Like they've got so much float out there that it's not even funny. Like that thing is like it's got so much capacity for them to, for somebody to buy shares off. That thing is saturated. Oversaturated, like way oversaturated. Like I haven't even seen anything this amazingly saturated. That's bad news. That's really bad news. It doesn't look like it to me. How do you have a squeeze when you have that much saturation? I mean, there's, I'm okay with it. I'm okay with an alternative opinion, Badback. I'm not telling you that you can't have an opinion. But yeah, but with as far as Sundial goes, that thing is oversaturated. It's got so many shares out there that it's not even trading anywhere close to the amount of volume that it needs to be trading in order to have, signs of any kind of a squeeze whatsoever. Like there's so much liquidity that it's like throwing a hot dog down a hallway. You know what I'm saying? Like this thing's overused. It's been used. It's used and abused. Yeah, so I don't know. Not financial advice by any means. But yeah. Sure. I gave you guys this homework a long time ago. I don't know if some of you guys, maybe you weren't here. You guys may have not been here at the time when it happened, but I gave homework to everybody and I said go out and find me some stocks that have high ratios, right? Where their volume exceeds, 10 or 20% of their total volume traded per day, of their total volume, right? Like your free float, right? When you find a stock like that, there's something happening. There's something happening. Either everybody's selling off of their shares because they're trying to bail out of the stock because the thing is going to go under, or the other. And the other is kind of a mystery. It's like it could be a squeeze. It could be some other factors. You kind of have to kind of dig into it a little bit and see what's happening. And that's where Ortex kind of comes in. You can kind of go in there and you can look at like, is the on loan amount really high? Okay, on loan amount's really high. Well, then it must be shorted, right? That's like your first clue. That's how you can really go in there and look at that, right? And if you want me to take this, a step further, I can show you Ortex data for GME and prove the point that I'm talking about. The on loan amount right now is not. There's nothing to really bat an eye at on GME. And the other part to this is the DRSing their shares right now is absolutely hurting the crap out of them because it's destroying the on loan amount. Like there's no need to create liquidity, and their volume is falling off on GME, and it's so damaging. It is so damaging to the movement because all it's doing is it's evaporating liquidity. Hedge funds don't have to create liquidity. Your volume goes away. You start having price stagnation. And then the thing that follows after that is you start all your brokers who had shares that they had to hold in collateral to the shares that you had with your broker now say, okay, well, it's time to go. See you later. We made our money. Bye. You're not holding shares here anymore. We don't have any reason to be here. And they take off and they start selling. And then you go from price stagnation and low volume to start having a decrease in price. So, I mean, the stuff makes sense. It just makes sense. You don't have to make it up. It makes sense. All right, so let's take a look at this one. What was this one? Clove. Okay, Clove is, let's see, we got average volume is 2486. This is 3-month volume, guys. It's really important to use 3-month volume because you want to make sure this is something that's going on over time, right? It's happening consistently. Their total free float is 214.99. So they've got 11.5% of their total volume per day being traded out, which is high. It's high, but it's not AMC high. And I'm telling you guys, AMC was in the 20s. We were above 20. We were like 25 or 26% like a month or two ago. And the only reason that it's gone down is because we've gone into a cycle where our volume kind of squeezed out. But as soon as we hit the back end of this cycle, our volume's going to pop again, and our numbers are going to be through the roof. And they're going to be astronomical. You're going to see us going from whatever it was I read off to you a little bit ago, 14, 15% or something like that. And we're going to shoot up to like probably nearly 50%. Very much like what we saw with CEI not too long ago. What was the other one you said? COS? So this is where you have to really kind of look into this data, right? Like, so I just told you it's 11.5% for Clove. You got to go in there into Ortex and you got to look at the data for Ortex and see, like, do they have a lot of shares on loan? Are they on the backside of a squeeze? Did the squeeze already happen? Like, these are things you have to like look into. You can't just take the numbers that I'm telling you to look at and say like, oh, high number must mean squeeze. No, that's not what it's saying. It's saying that it's one of two things. Either everybody's selling off their positions and they've been selling it off for the last 3 months, or there's something else, and you have to figure out what it is, and you don't know what it is exactly, but you got to use the data that you have, that is at your fingertips to get it, to find out. Let's see here. What was the other one? The other one was costs. Average volume. Whoa. Oh, that's low. So low. 570, 515. 570.15 divided by. They're in the low millions, so it's free float. It's 4.41. Which I have to do a little bit of reverse math on this. So let's see. I'm going to put 410. Because that's millions, and that's, 4410. Yeah, that's right. 12.9. 12.9 for costs, which is higher than the last one, which was what? Clove? High? Yeah, it's high. Definitely high. But you got to figure out why. It doesn't mean jack crap if you don't know why. You got to know why. Look, there's nothing wrong with being I'm quite confident that when AMC pops off, that GME is going to go up too. I'm quite confident of that. I just don't know how much. It's not going to be like amazing numbers. It's going to be something, and I just don't know how much. It's going to be the exact inverse opposite of what we saw in January. AMC went up some, not a whole lot, but GME went through the roof, right? It's going to be the exact opposite, where now AMC is going to go through the roof and GME is going to go up some. I don't know how much, but some. It'll go up. Yeah, no problem. Okay, so we definitely broke out of this wedge here. And all this really does for me is just kind of like moves it, it extends it into the after hours, which we all know what happens in the after hours. Actually, I think Monty was saying I can't wait for the after hours, I think, earlier. Or somebody was. I just don't really have much faith in the after hours anymore. I mean, we've had so much sidewards trading in the after hours, honestly, that I've lost all faith in any kind of movement whatsoever in the after hour market. At least right now. Once we start seeing volume really start increasing and getting back under that 100 to 150 million shares a day range or higher, we're not going to see. I don't think we're going to see very much volume moving the price action very much in aftermarket hours. So we got to wait for that volume to kind of shoot back up again. Well, I really felt like today would be a fight for 43. Later in the day, I didn't say that earlier, but later in the day, at least at some point, I felt like today would be a fight for 43, and it's still looking like that's going to be the case. We got about 5 more minutes before our big push that we normally get. We'll see how big it really ends up turning into. Yeah, I guess, I'm sorry guys. I'm sorry if I upset you with saying what I think. I try not to do that. I do. I try not to do that. I'm sorry, Badback. I'm not trying to be your, enemy or I really want to see I view all apes the same. Like I really do. I think like AMC, GME, it doesn't matter who you are because we're all kind of in this for the same reason. I'm not in this to just try and make money. I'm in this to try and make a change. I'm going to make money in the process. But what I really want to see is the change. And unfortunately, we weren't able to get the change that we wanted out of GME. We just weren't, and it sucks because they manipulate they change the rules of the game in the middle of the game, and that's the kind of um, process or people that we're dealing with. So if you happen to watch that Mark and Matt interview, Matt Kors and Mark, I don't remember his last name. It's a good interview, and I kind of tend to agree with what they're saying is that we really need to fight for lobbyists to really kind of push our lawmakers and force them into situations where they have to make change, or we're not going to vote for them. Doesn't matter what party they stand for. You know, how much are you willing to see change? Are you willing to see change enough to where you will vote for the opposite party for who you stand for because that party stands up against the corruption in the markets? Because that's what it's going to take. And if you're not willing to do that, if you're not willing to turn a blind eye to the party that you stand with, then maybe we're just not ready for change. We'll see what happens though. I'd love to see the system fixed. That's for sure. All right, let's take one last look at our chart here and see how it kind of turned out for the day. Looks to me like we have a little bit of a discrepancy, maybe. If the price starts to go up a little bit here in the aftermarket hours, it looks like we could follow the same trend. But otherwise, it looks like it's downtrending a little bit. So we'll have to see what happens in the aftermarket hours. I think this is just slightly off. Yeah, something like that. First question is, am I seeing a bearish wedge? I don't think so. If you're talking about this wedge right here. Yeah, well, I don't necessarily think so. It might be. Yeah. It's touching the top line. You could be seeing a bearish wedge. Ezreal, you might be right. It's definitely touching the top line right now, so yeah. Yeah, we might have a breakout going down. Mom, you're asking if they, not the hedge funds they, but change the rules in the middle of the GME game. Why don't you think they'll do the same again to AMC? And the answer to that is I almost can guarantee you though you're going to try and do something. They have been changing the rules as we've been going, and we've been keeping track of that. And Duncan pointed out that there's a lot of emphasis on market or stock, not even market, but stock freezing. And there's a good chance that they might try to stop AMC from having as good of a performance as it possibly can by putting a kind of like stopping it quite a bit and eliminating trading completely throughout the process. MACD and also the RSI. Well, yeah, Bondaro. I don't even have to look. I know what it is. I already know it's way overbought right now. That's it's not. It's pretty self-evident. I don't really prefer MACD. I prefer the Vortex Index. I think it kind of indicates what's coming based off of better formula better maths. Look up Bondaro. Look up Vortex Index. Go look up Vortex Index and look at how they calculate that. I think it is a much better representation of what you have to look forward to in price movement compared to the MACD. I think the MACD is crap. I hate the MACD. I hate the MACD with a passion. I feel like it's telling you something after it's happened, and it's like, duh. Whereas with the Vortex Index, I feel like it does a little bit better job of predicting what the future is going to look like. So, just my opinion. So, I really just hate the MACD. I don't know what there is about it, but I always feel like it's too late. You look at it, and it's like it's crossing over. And it's like, well, yeah, I knew that it was going to cross over, but it's kind of late telling me now. You know what I mean? Like if I put it up here, let me put it up here, and I'll show you. Maybe I can show you. Let's get rid of volume real quick. There we go. So you got the MACD right here, right? And you have the signal looking like it's gonna cross over a little bit. But look at the Vortex Index. You can see the bend in the Vortex Index, and you see that there's way more buying pressure by the angle of this line here than there is on this line. So there's more selling going on than there is buying pressure. That's what these are showing. Whereas this is just kind of a curve, and sometimes it doesn't cross over, and sometimes it does. And so I just kind of feel like this Vortex Index. I see it better. I see what's coming easier with this. So I don't know. Maybe it's just because I don't. Maybe it's because I don't know. I don't know why it is. I just like the Vortex Index way better. Let's hope for the boom candles coming in close. So, but I mean, I told you guys from the get-go this morning, I really thought that tomorrow was going to be a down day, which is what really confuses the crap out of me because if I pull this chart over here and I look at this and I go like, we're following almost exactly to the T what it is this chart's doing right here. I go like, okay, well, if that's the case and we continue to go on this path and we follow this, how are we going to get that RSI down? and I guess my argument to you, Bondaro, would be is go back and look at AMC back in June, and look at what your RSI levels are for June, for May. What did I say? 24th and 27th. Yeah, go back and look at May 24th and 27th and see what see what those RSI values look like during that period of time. And then come back here and tell me if that, and your MACD, go look at your MACD for the 24th of May and the 25th of May or 27th of May, and tell me how that compares to now, and tell me that it can't rip up more. So I don't know. I don't know. Monty, go read my description box, Monty. You asked me before. It's in the description box. Hey, Casey and Candles, I see you use the Heineken Ash. What? Huh? What did I do? I gotta look this up because I'm not even sure if I know what you're talking about. Oh, candlesticks. Yes. I don't know. I don't know about you, but I mean, when it comes to reading a chart, when you're looking at a chart like this, like I don't know. I'm not sure why for. Yes, you're right. It is the. I didn't even remember that that was what it was called, the Helkin Ashi. The colored bars to me look ridiculous. Um, yeah, I mean, I don't know. Yes, but you are correct. That's what I use. To me, for some reason, when I'm reading the chart, the data just makes more sense, and I can't even really tell you why, but it just does. Yeah. Hey Monty, that was all because of you, man. That write up's in there because of you. Yeah, I just like I don't know why. I can't even honestly tell you why, but for me, these make more sense than these. They do. I can't even I don't even know why. I guess it's because it's averaging. To me, it's better to see averaging than total amounts, I guess. I don't know. When you've charted like your entire, like, I don't know, 20 years worth of charting, and charts just look good to you a certain way. And sometimes I don't even know why I like it the way I see it. MACD is a flexible oscillator. By changing the fast and slow settings, you can choose the necessary lag or lead speed. Right, but when you change the settings for the lag speed, it also can be less accurate, if I'm not mistaken. So there's that, right? Like, because if you change the lead time out, um, it can't predict the future. So I don't know. I see this vortex index much better. It's just personal preference, I guess. I like it a lot better. Well, guys, I really honestly thought that we would see 51.5 million shares, and I thought my prediction for volume for the day was going to be off, and I didn't really care that I was going to be off by 1.5 million or so. But the way this thing is wrapping up, we weren't even able to squeak out 5 million shares in the last hour. So yeah, looks like we're going to close inside of my my prediction of 30 to 50 million shares traded, which it puts us right in line for being in the bang phase of the cycles, the suck, squeeze, bang, blow theory. You know what they say about suck, squeeze, bang, blow?
That was easy.
All right, guys. I've had fun with you all today. It's been a blast. Let's see here. I didn't realize my picture wasn't on here. Unfortunately, let me refresh Vortex real quick here. I'd love to see it like just suddenly pop up with yeah, it dropped 1.75. Unfortunately, guys, it doesn't update constantly, always by itself, and sometimes I have to go in and re-update it. But, anyways, it looks to me like it's time to close this shop down, and I guess the usual, right? Eat, sleep, drink, spend time with your family and friends, and don't have a good day. Have a great day.
T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery. T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start. And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond.
Booster separation confirmed. Guidance now converging. Discoveries on board computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Should have a good forward leg now in S10.
Okay, you sound good.
Discovery Houston, negative return.
Copy, a negative return.
We have been given the scientific knowledge, the technical ability, and the materials to pursue the exploration of the universe.